what's up?
What's
going on?
Hey, we got big news, man.
What's everybody doing
There's
today?
news.
Yes.
Yeah, we can get thorny now, and we can get
horny.
I don't know, whatever this is gonna be.
Thorny and horny.
I like it. The Rose City Hornies.
The Portland
Horns?
Oh yeah, there you go. The Portland Horns. Yeah, get excited, man.
If you want to get horny.
Why would they be called the Portland Horns?
Well, because you get thorny for the thorns. If you're getting horny for the horns.
I'm just saying we're sports horny. I mean, it could be anything.
That's true.
That is
true.
It
really could.
It doesn't have to be called the Horns.
It could be anything.
This is exciting.
Well, we're getting thorny and horny. I'm fired up. Let's go. WNBA, although we got to wait a couple years. So, don't get too excited.
When's the
2026.
Yeah, I know. When's the WNBA season begin? What part of the year?
After the NBA. Remember, they got next. Or now, I think they've got now.
So what? August?
Yeah, roughly, because it's we're getting into the playoffs.
Playoff
now.
You're talking about playoffs?
Yeah, we're in the playoff. We're getting ready for the playoffs.
We're talking about playoffs.
Playoffs. Yeah, I think they were saying that someone was trying to lock up the first playoff seed. So yeah, we're winding into the playoffs.
Yeah, if you guys didn't hear, Portland got the WNBA back.
And there was more WNBA news today. Bigger news. Caitlin Clark is white. That happened. I don't know if you saw that too, but
what happened?
Caitlin Clark is white.
Well, there's two bits of news.
What happened?
She's white.
Well, we knew that.
Did you?
He proclaimed that like months ago.
Breaking news. I just found out.
I didn't know until he said it though.
Yeah, I just found out.
Well, look.
At a press conference and
there's a press conference going on right now.
Yeah.
I guess Danny's down there.
Well, of course he is.
He's
down there getting all thorny.
Sports horny.
Yeah. We don't have a name though. At least like when Golden State, they've got the Valkyrie, but we gotta wait. So now
I don't like that. Can I just go ahead and say right now on the air?
You don't like the Valkyrie?
I'm with you. I don't like it either. It's a mouthful. It's too. I mean, I like what it represents. It's not catchy.
You guys are both dumbasses.
That's
weird. Like one of the coolest names.
It's cool in what it represents. The name itself is
Viking warrior princess.
Something people aren't going to be able to read or pronounce.
Yeah,
it's a mouthful.
Yeah, it's just weird. It doesn't.
What do you shorten to? The Valks?
It doesn't roll off the tongue.
The Valkyrie. That's a great name. Great imagery.
It's really not.
Yeah. You guys hating on my Nordic heritage.
It's really not. Hopefully Portland does better than that.
By the way, the WNBA regular season began May 14th this year.
May?
Yeah.
Okay,
so it starts right in the middle of it. NBA playoffs.
Yeah, during the NBA.
I always thought it was right after I think it used to be because that was their whole slogan is when the NBA ended, they've got next.
You're going to need to brush up on your WNBA.
But it's true. I remember because the NCAA tournament ended, the women's tournament, and then I felt like the WNBA draft and the season were like right then.
Yeah, WNBA draft was April 15th, so it was right after the tournament.
Someone asking in the Vancouver Ford text line, is Danny wearing cargo shorts to the WNBA meeting? I have not seen Danny today, but I'm putting the odds overwhelming Danny wearing cargo shorts to the press conference.
Why wouldn't he?
I mean, goes without saying. Look, you stick with your brand, right?
It's a nice day out, right?
It's nice. It's sunny.
Shorts day.
Yeah,
well, it could be like athleisure. It could be comfy pair of shorts.
Nah, I'm saying cargo shorts. I think some cargos are being worn.
Okay.
That and probably some form of Cardinals/blazer hat. I think we're getting something along those lines. But maybe sticking with the black and red colors.
Well, I hope he comes back with hot audio.
I would assume so.
And then we can all get horny.
Yeah. Well, as the only one that goes to the Thorns games because you guys are a bunch of sexist pigs, I am very excited because I will be supporting my Rosebuds.
They did say they are going to let the fans in on the name. And, oh, my God, look at Woody Page.
Whoa.
What happened to Woody Page?
I think he's... Oh,
is
does
he
have
dying?
Teeth?
Oh my God!
Boy, it's a.
I have to turn the channel.
Yeah,
sorry, I was flipping through here.
Well, and then
Around the Horn is on.
You subjected me to that. You can't just have me turn around and see that.
He looks terrible. I hope he's not sick. He looks like he might be sick.
That's something that's going to stick with me for a while.
He's still working. Anyway, the WNBA, the new franchise here in Portland, they're going to let the fans help them with the name and the colors, which is probably a terrible idea.
Yeah, probably.
It's always a bad idea.
But they said that they were
never involve the fans. You can end up with Bodie McBoatface. The one thing, whatever the team name is, just stick with black and red.
Agreed. It makes a ton of sense when the entire city sports team have the same ones.
Now, do the other WNBA teams do that?
Yeah, for the most part.
In cities where
the Valkyries do not. They're invoking lavender.
Yeah, the Valkyries went off on their own, and the Liberty do, but for the most part,
like the Seattle Storm took the Sonics colors.
The Liberty do. I love that name.
The Liberty have
the Liberty do.
The Liberty have a really cool.
Where are they? New York.
Yeah, and
the New York Liberty Dew.
And they do the mint green for the Statue of Liberty.
The oxidized.
It looks really cool. The Yankees are stealing that now too. But like the LA Sparks are purple and yellow. The Lynx have similar colors. Most teams have a similar vibe. And it just makes sense. I mean, the Thorns use black and red too. The only one that really doesn't is the Timbers. They kind of do their own thing. But yeah, it would be nice if you stuck with some form of black and red. And you can throw it, some different shades in there, but keep it black and red.
And black and pink.
Yeah, don't screw it up. Come up with something decent. And I got some faith because the Timbers is a cool name. The Thorns is a cool name. I thought the Hops hit it out of the park. Even the Pickles, for what they are, great going with the Pickles. We haven't had a bad name since the Arena team.
What about the Thunder?
What?
The Thunder.
Oh, no.
The Portland Thunder.
Let's not do that.
You got to get Terry Emmert involved if you want a good name.
Can we just, that's my one thing. Can we avoid any stupid thing? I get it. It rains here.
Didn't he try to buy him at one time? Because I was having to read up on why the Fire left in the first place.
Yeah, they only around for like 2 years.
Exactly. So I had to go read up on why they left because I didn't even remember that.
Yeah.
Do you know why they left?
I thought it was just a financial thing, was it not? I mean, that was back when the WNBA. I mean, look, the WNBA, despite what anyone tells you, has never made a dime. But back then, it was hemorrhaging.
Well,
it wasn't good.
No, they made the NBA owners buy the local NBA owners had to buy the WNBA teams.
Yeah.
From the league.
Yeah.
And Paul Allen at that time was going through all his bullsh crying poor.
Yeah, with
remember that?
The arena and all that.
So I feel like it was just bad timing. I don't know.
Yeah.
I may be wrong about that, but they were only here for a couple years.
It was like 2 years. And then
they
went
had
away.
Jackie Stiles, and she got hurt, and it was a mess.
Well, it just feels like, I mean, look, and this is not a shot at Portland. If anything, it's some people think it is. I don't. I think it's an attaboy to us. These are things we support.
Oh, yeah. This is perfect for Portland.
Yeah, when you look up and down, I mean, the soccer attendance for the men's side, the MLS, it does pretty good across the board. Now, the women's side, there's some rough patches in there across the country. Me and my buddy go to most of the Thorns games, and that's a dynamite environment. I mean, it is great. Sometimes you can't even, it's hard to differentiate between the Timbers and the Thorns games. They do a really good job. So we'll hammer the WNBA. Like, this will be a big time success. The league is exploding right now. It's never been more popular. You have legitimate stars. You got more coming, like Juju's coming in a couple years.
You have as much civic support as you could possibly want.
Yeah, this is a no-brainer.
Juju Smith-Schuster?
Juju Watkins.
Juju Smith-Schuster is going to move from the NFL. They're going to do, what was that movie? Joanna Man. I think.
Yeah.
That whole thing.
Joanna Man. Oh my God, good pull.
Yeah. So
Wow.
this is going to be, in 2 years when this thing lights off, this is going to be, that place is going to be packed.
The old team, the Fire, averaged, they said they drew about 8,000 a game.
Yeah.
Which at that time was middle of the pack.
Yeah.
For the WNBA.
We'll get 12 guaranteed.
The viewership for that league this year is up 183%.
Yeah.
And the average attendance, they said, jumped from about 6,500 to 9,300 per game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So things are looking up for the WNBA. And yes, this is great for Portland. I mean, you don't have to like it. I get tired of all the haters, man. Shut up.
Exactly.
You don't have to
go.
like it.
Yeah, don't go and don't watch. If it's not for you,
go.
that's fine. But a lot of people will be excited about it.
This is a great thing for a big section of people here. And it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And so let's not hate on it.
Yeah, and like, it's just the universal thing now, of course. We're getting all the lesbian jokes, all the Subaru jokes, all this, all that. You know, I don't know what to tell you. Like, grow up. Like, this is a league that's growing. And look, I'm not the world's biggest WNBA fan. I watched a lot of women's college basketball the last couple of years. The WNBA did not quite rope me in this year. I just haven't caught the fever. But I don't watch a lot of women's soccer on TV either. But I go to a lot of women's soccer games, and they're great. And I don't know how much WNBA I'm going to consume when we get the Riveters or whatever it is we get, or the Roses. But I will go to games. You know, you think about when this thing's going, like in the summer. The nice part about Thorns is it's outside, but it's another cool thing to do in the city. And again, you're gonna get 12 to 14,000 people, depending on the game. They're gonna show up to these things, and it's gonna be awesome. And I'm so with you. If you're not into it, just shut up, because you're not gonna have to deal with it. And look, we're not gonna spend, but no one here is doing a deep dive on a day-to-day segment, into the WNBA.
I have breaking news for you. Little do you know, I was just pulled into a meeting right before the show.
Yeah.
We're getting the rights to the Portland whatevers, and we're doing pregame shows.
I can't
you
wait.
and
I can't wait.
will be on the pregame show.
I can't wait.
So get ready.
The two coolest ones that I've heard so far is someone threw out, besides the generic crap and then the bad lesbian jokes. The silver thaw I thought was pretty cool.
The what?
I guess there's a whole thing when the ice melts, when we get like the ice storms, and it kind of melts and refreezes, they call that a silver thaw.
Okay.
And look, we get a lot of free, like if you're gonna do something weather related, I thought the silver thaw was actually kind of a cool, unique name. And then someone else brought up, and I liked it, some version of like, because they were talking about the last guy, the Zoom Info guy that ended up bailing, and there was money issues and other things. Supposedly he wanted to name it the Royalty, and they were like, no, the NBA had an issue with that. But some play on, they have the Sacramento Kings, and I get Queens might be something that has some negative connotation to it, but some form of like the Hearts and doing like the Suicide Queen as the logo, like the Rose City Hearts, and having that and having the Queen of Hearts kind of be your mascot, be your logo. I thought you could do some really, really cool things doing something around that.
Well, they should consult you.
Well, I hope they'd consult someone other than just something lame and tired. And if they do the Portland Fire again, come up with some cool merch. That's like the thing with the pickles, the hops. If you have something that's kind of a niche, and look, even soccer to some extent is a niche market, you need some branding that's cool. You need the Portland Thorns and the Timbers do a great job. When you go, and I love the Blazers look. I think it's a great name. I think it's a great logo and everything. If you go and look at the Timbers merch and the Thorns merch, it's better than the Blazers stuff. They do a better job of marketing that than they do with the Blazers. And so play on that. Come up with something good that people get behind, get some cool logos going. I thought the Rip City Remix did a great job with that. Come up with stuff that people want to wear. Get some good buzz going from the casual fan.
What about the Rosebuds? You like that?
Well, that was the old baseball team. And the Pickles actually do a pretty cool throwback with the Portland Rosebuds. Absolutely. That'd be kind of slick.
Do you hear the other thing that local fans are already connecting the dots and pining for?
What?
They think that when she becomes a free agent in 2026,
Caitlin Clark,
Sabrina Ionescu would be the perfect franchise cornerstone.
Hey, Sabrina Ionescu is white too.
Dude,
so.
That's true. She is.
They should try to bring her here for sure.
Yeah, when she becomes a free agent, it'll be their first season. It could line up very nicely if you were trying to build like that.
Well, she's not from here, so
no, but she's got her Oregon and Nike connection. I mean,
she has a pretty good following in New York too.
Yeah, but come on, man, that would be a huge get for Portland.
You're gonna leave one of the best teams in the league to come and it would be
maybe.
How much money can you throw at her?
Pay her. They paid $125 million for this damn thing. Did you see that?
Yeah,
dude, that's a lot of scratch.
Well, but in the terms of professional sports teams, it's peanuts.
Well, but come on, $125 million for a WNBA franchise?
Well, I think what you're betting on
that's way higher than I would have thought.
Yeah, you're just betting on that the league's going to continue to grow and expand, and we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens, he says. Yes, we will. Hey, that's the subject of our poll question. It's coming up next, okay? It's all hot WNBA talk. By the way, I was just kidding about the pregame show. We don't have that.
Damn it.
But if we did, we would be live at the Sports Bra.
I was going to spend 2 years brushing up on my WNBA.
By the way, the Sports Bra's annual revenue just popped by about 45%. And I'm not kidding. That's not a joke.
They're hosting today's block party.
Hell yeah, they are.
The Sports Bra right now is just ripping bong hits and shots and celebration.
You talk about sports horny.
Yes. The Sports Bras are coming off as they wave them and take a lap around the block right now. Things are good.
All right, so we'll start there. We got a Woj bomb, and then we'll get back into some football stuff coming up here on The Fan.
Oregon
All right, let's get to our poll question. It's on X at 1080 The Fan. Yesterday, we asked you, one of these guys is your head coach moving forward. Who do you choose? In a stunning turn of events, Dan Lanning wins 63%.
It's not biased at all.
You ever see a cheetah stretch? I don't mind talking to y'all.
Lane Kiffin, 15%. What a blowout.
Lane Kiffin.
Steve Sarkisian, 14%. And Lincoln Riley, 8%.
No one likes Lincoln Riley.
Hate Lane Kiffin.
3 Heisman Trophy winners, like 4 trips to the playoff. That guy's a bum. Wait till they roll Michigan and they're a top 10 team again.
Today, we're asking you the very simple question of how do you view the WNBA returning to Portland? Big win for the city. Nice little get. Or seriously, who cares?
Yeah. See, this is a big win for the city for me.
Log on and vote.
And this city needs wins.
Vote hard.
In the worst way. And I think this is a big win. The fact that you had a league look at a city that has taken a lot of hits and look, in reality and in perception over the last handful of years, and look at a city and be like, absolutely, we want to be a part of this. And you've got a billionaire investor that has now come in and spent how much money buying the Thorns and now whatever the WNBA team is. I don't know. I think this is absolutely huge. And it's how many WNBA games in the season? So how many home games do we get? 40?
Let me check.
40-something, right? So we got another 20-plus dates for something to be down there in the Rose Quarter. Community and Phil Knight are spending a ton of money down there in that neighborhood, trying to revamp it, doing stuff hopefully down at the Lloyd Center soon. So hopefully that whole pocket down there, is on the come up.
Yeah, it's a 40-game season.
Yeah, 40 games to get 20 home dates. I don't know how you can see this as any other way than a win. And they're renovating the Memorial Coliseum. They're going to do major renovations over at Moda.
Wait, they're renovating the Coliseum?
Yeah, well, the Winterhawks are doing some stuff there now, and because the Moda Center is going to be renovated, chances are this WNBA team is probably going to have to play some games over at the Coliseum for a time or two. And yeah, they're putting some efforts into redoing the Memorial Coliseum. The Winterhawks had to move some of their offices and everything out of there, and so they're sprucing that up a little bit.
About time.
Yeah, there's just I don't know. I just don't know how you can look at this any other way, even if you're not into this at all, and say that this in any way is not a big hit for the city. This is a big win. Is it Major League Baseball? Is it the NHL? Of course not, because it's not one of the core 4. But I mean, look, the NHL isn't coming here, and I'm starting to think that baseball is a pipe dream. I hope, but if when we get baseball, it's going to be out in the suburbs. This is again right in the heart of the city. This is kick ass.
So vote on the poll question. It is on X at 1080 The Fan. Vote hard right now. 44% say nice little get. 28% say big win for the city, and another 28% say seriously, who cares? They're split on that.
Well, and there's going to be some people, because it's women's sports, they're going to shrug their shoulders at it, but the numbers would tell you otherwise. And I just this is a sport that's growing, and I don't know if it's going to grow to the same level that it is right now, but I definitely think that women's sports in general and the WNBA especially are on the come up, and it's cool to be in on it.
Yeah, I mean, if you went all the way back to when the Fire came here in 2000,
that was a no one cares.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing the seriously who cares, like if you did that same poll question back then, the seriously who cares would be 75%.
Well, and that would have been me too.
And
I've changed my
the best way to look at it is look how far we've come.
Yes.
And not everybody's going to be on board. I get that. I mean, look, I probably won't be going much. I might go see Caitlin Clark. But I know that it's good for the city.
Caitlin Clark is white.
Is that why?
There's just a big, I don't know. It's just WNBA in Portland works.
Yep.
I'm surprised it hasn't been back here before now.
Yeah.
Quite frankly.
So, well, I mean, look.
But we kind of can't get out of our own way.
That's kind of our thing.
But I'm even surprised that it wasn't here, pre-2019 or 2018.
Well, the problem is
that's what I'm saying.
Paul Allen didn't have an interest in it, and and neither really did Merritt Paulson. But again, you've got an owner who is now invested twice in the city, and they were saying something in there. One of the spokesmen for it said, like we felt like we had a foot in the city, obviously with the Thorns, and now we're all in. And even if the sports thing isn't anywhere in your sphere, you have a billionaire group that is now spending hundreds of millions of dollars in the city, and they're building the Thorns are building like their own facility, right? I just don't know how you could not want a billionaire.
The Thorns are building their own
Yeah,
facility?
the Thorns are building their own practice facility.
And that's part of the $125 million price tag
Yeah.
is the cost of a new practice facility.
Yeah.
But I thought that was for basketball too.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about that.
You said
No.
Thorns.
Yeah, the Thorns are building,
Sorry.
I think the Thorns are building their own facility. And so, again, same thing here, part of that. But my point is, you've got a really, really rich person and family that's in Portland that's building things. How anyone could not want rich people in their city spending money is beyond me, especially in a city where no one has wanted anything to do with it for a number of years.
Wait till the Blazers get all jealous.
I hope
have
so.
Nicer facilities.
Good. Then get all pissy about it. And well, you won't do anything because you're going to sell the team, but sell the damn team. Let's get another person that's worth a couple $1 billion that comes in here and does want to get competitive and says we're not going to get outdone by the WNBA team.
Well, Jackie Styles redo will begin play in 2026, May of 2026. And what do? They do like an expansion draft or something?
They'll do an expansion draft. So I was looking, and the last one they did was like in 2008, and I think they protected 6 players from each team, and then you get to pick your roster. And then I think they gave them Swag was talking about this. I think they gave him the 4th overall pick. They didn't give him the number 1 pick. And so I don't know if that just goes into the lottery if you just naturally slot him in, but you get to pick from the other teams like they do in every other expansion draft, and then you get a high pick. And maybe by then you've got more. I mean, look at some of the names that came out this year that were household names. Cameron Brink was a household name. Angel Reese was a household name. Caitlin Clark obviously was a household name. Paige Buckets next year will be a household name. I think Juju has another 2 because you have to be 3 years in. So she'll come out next year or the year after that. So there's marketable stars seemingly coming every year in women's basketball. And hopefully by then you land one of those names that can give your franchise some juice.
All right. Get horny.
I am. Let's do it.
Sports horny.
Yeah, but it's a slow horn because, again, we've got 2 years. You don't want to get too horny too fast.
That's right.
You got to build. You know what, Rob? It's an erotic dance. You got to build your way up. You can't just go all in.
But we're starting to slide a little bit.
A little bit.
Hips are moving.
That's right. And those hips don't lie.
The WNBA is back.
Maybe the Portland window dance.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will.
Hey, it's your window, Daddy.
Danny's down there covering the press conference, so listen to his show tomorrow. I'm sure he'll have hot audio of things you need to know.
Oh yeah, Danny will know way too much about this.
But you know what's funny about, and this is true of any sports franchise that comes into a city. I feel like people obsess over the team name more than anything.
Oh,
like
100%.
that's that.
Yeah.
Like if you line up 100 people,
That's what
95 of them will have that question.
Get it right. Well, like the Utah hockey team, they didn't even. They're going to play this year without a name. They're like, dude, we are not rushing this because when you do, you end up with the Commanders.
Well, that to me sounds like they're paralyzed. They're fearful. Hey, you got to be bold.
Well, there are reports that they've already settled on the Yeti because people caught them making trademarks and stuff like that. And
that's a good name.
Yeah. See, look, most of the time now, I think people realize the importance of what you said.
They make nice coolers.
They do. Expensive though, very, very expensive. Why are coolers now like?
They're the thing.
Why is that so expensive?
Well, they're a bit like mugs and stuff,
Yeah.
or like water bottles and.
Yeah. I have an
trendy.
I have an Orca cooler, and it's nice, but boy, the walls are so thick with insulation. It's kind of like there's not a lot of room for the size that it is, and so a lot of times I just end up using my old bastard Coleman. That was like $15.
Yeah, what is that material? Like the old cooler material?
Yeah, I don't know.
What is that?
I couldn't tell you. Some form of like aluminum or whatever. I don't know.
Well, the old
yeah,
ones
I got one of the old metal Colemans.
Those were aluminum.
Yeah.
Or metal, yeah. But then like they have the kind of that hard
the hard plastic thing or whatever.
It's a bit like like the popcorn ceiling.
Yeah. It's a bit old school. But I'm telling you, so the Orca cooler costs like 9 times more than my other cooler, and they're the same size, but I have like the other cooler is like 50% more room because the walls aren't like 9 inches thick. And yes, my Coleman cooler does not keep ice frozen for like 7 days. I don't need ice to be frozen for 7 days. It's usually about 8 hours. I don't know, coolers, man. I'm telling you, the cooler thing's a racket right now. That's I'm out
It's a
on
hot take.
I'm out on big cooler. I'm out.
All right, guys. We've got to move on. More sports.
Sports.
What we have a Woj bomb today.
I know. He Woj bombed himself.
This is crazy.
Has that ever been done?
What do you mean?
Has anyone Woj bombed themselves?
Broken their own news?
Well, I don't know that anybody could Woj bomb themselves other than Woj.
Well, that is true, but has anyone ever bombed newsed themselves? It's kind of a
like, hey, breaking, I'm leaving the fan.
Yeah, right? Adam Schefter Shefties himself?
Yeah, it's big news.
Yeah.
Big news. Big sports media news. We'll get to that next. Here's Buck. Well, the sports world lost a good one today. Rest in peace, Adrian Wojnarowski. He is dead at the age of 70.
Not dead yet. Is he 70 years old?
No, he's not. I was just kidding.
I didn't think he was that old.
He's not dead. No, he didn't die,
I think
guys.
he's 55.
Oh, older than I thought.
How old?
55.
I think he's 55.
Yeah, I mean, that's about the age where a lot of us white guys get tired of what we do. You know, I mean, look, that guy worked his ass off. He's the ESPN insider, if you don't know, the NBA guy.
Yeah.
And he was basically an information trader.
He was kind of the gold standard of.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, because there used to be like the Chris Mortensons of the world and guys like that who were really good reporters, but Woj is the first one that I can remember that was just, I mean, like you said, he had everything. Like when there was breaking news in the NBA,
Yeah, it was him.
it was him.
It was him. And then Shams came along.
Yeah.
And Shams was like, I think a Woj understudy. And
He
then,
was.
Then he left and did his own thing, and now he's
Well, he just
big
kind of, I don't know, he didn't screw him over, but
Yeah.
he just kind of became the new Woj.
I mean, look, I know that I was talking to a kid the other day who was just really excited about becoming an insider.
Mhm. That was like
And-
what he wanted to be.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, and I don't know how many kids. I know you talk to a lot of kids and
Mhm.
stuff that they're asking you football advice and this and
Yeah.
that. I mean, for anybody that talks to me that's really young about this business, they all go, not all, but many of them go that route. They
Yeah.
want to be the insider. They think that's the coolest thing ever.
Yeah.
And I had to try to kind of talk him down a little bit and tell him, look, this is, first of all, those guys, Woj, Schefter, Shams, these guys,
Passon.
dude, these guys work their ass off.
Yep.
I mean, they are constantly
And there's like 5 of them total
on
in
their
the
phone.
world.
Yes,
There-
constantly.
There may not be a harder job to get outside of like commissioner than being one of those, because you're right. In each sport, there's a handful of ones, and then everyone else is just.
Well,
an
I just think
afterthought.
I feel like they work more. I don't know about harder, but they work more than anybody else in our business
Yeah.
because they're just it never stops.
Nope.
There's constantly information that needs to be traded.
Well, and I hate to I don't want to crap all over Woj or Schefter or anyone else, but a lot of it is your lips have to permanently be attached to someone's ass. I mean, they do work harder at building those relationships, but you're basically just a puppet for controlling information. So it's just it's you sucking up to GMs and then sucking up to agents and then sucking up to players and then back to GMs. So I mean, it's just a round robin of ass kissing that never ends. And I don't know about you, that job seems terrible to me. I can't think of a job that
Well,
I would rather have less.
I think only certain people are cut out for it because you're
Yes.
right. I mean, it's just like there's no way that you or I could do that job.
Well,
No.
someone also pointed out today, like he's taking a step back from what he says is his dream job to take on NIL and player acquisition in like this brand new landscape. Like that is nuts. That seems way harder.
Yeah,
goes
but
to show you how awful the inside.
And that's what I'm
Yes.
saying. Like it's not that can't be
Yes.
that glamorous if that sounds better.
yeah, I think to him that anything's probably a walk in the park compared to what he just being Woj and having
Yeah.
to having to disseminate all that info all the time, 24 hours a day. So he says he's no longer driven to make the investment in the role, which is a good way to say, dude, I'm burnt.
Yep.
And I didn't know this, but he said in his little statement there that he grew up right outside of ESPN. Like he's always dreamed of being a reporter. Like that was his childhood dream, and he did it. And it's been 35 years, and so he's going to go be the new GM of his alma mater, St. Bonaventure.
Yeah.
The Bonnies.
And you kind of forget that these programs now have general managers. So
Programs.
there you go.
That's a good GM to have
Well, he's
with his connections.
I mean, I don't know how much money he made at ESPN, but I'm sure it's enough where he really doesn't have to do anything. I mean, he's one of the highest paid guys there.
Exactly.
So I'm sure he has enough money where, money's not the issue anymore, and you're 55 and you can go into this, and if it doesn't work out, then you sit on your pile of money and don't do anything. I'm guessing Woj doesn't necessarily strike me as the sort of guy that's blowing through mountains of cash.
According to The Athletic, Woj was making about $7 million a year at ESPN, and he's leaving 3 years and about $20 million on the table.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
But
It's a lot of cheddar.
I commend him because there's a lot of people that their jaw hits the floor when they hear that. But, for him, he's done it. He built it.
Mhm.
He made a ton of money doing it.
Yep.
And it's not about that. He said it's about going back and, getting more time with his family and his original family and his St. Bonnie family. And
Well, I remember seeing
I think anybody that does this in life,
Yeah.
no matter how much money they make, I commend them because it really is not all about money and status and your job title. It just isn't.
Yeah.
And I like it. It's refreshing when people especially people of high profile nature like Woj, show young people that it really isn't all about that.
Yeah. And yet everyone will be like, oh my God, I would never leave that amount of money and I'd give my right foot to do that job. And, you'll never, people that don't have that will never understand the decision he's making. But, you don't have to. I mean, it's the decision he's making. And also, too, I wonder how much more competitive it is because, to be honest with you, Woj doesn't have the same influence that he used to have. So is it also a thing where someone like that probably is uber competitive, and he's created it's an industry now where he's got competitors, and maybe he doesn't get every scoop anymore, and maybe there's a ton of pressure on him from ESPN, who's paying him $7 million a year to get all those scoops, and sometimes it's not him, sometimes it's Chris Haynes, sometimes it's Shams, and all of a sudden, you find yourself working just as hard, if not harder. You're not getting the information. You're getting pressure from work. You have no quality of life, and maybe you just look up one day and be like, man, what am I doing?
I mean, he basically said that. He said he's no longer driven to make the investment in the role.
Yeah.
To me, that's exactly what he just said right there. So
yeah, you said it. It's a longer way of saying I'm burned out.
yeah, that's right. He's done with it, and it's all those things. Yeah. And so in his new role, he is going to work on raising money for St. Bonaventure's NIL opportunities. Mm-hmm. And fundraising and managing the transfer portal and helping with alumni and family player relationships.
Okay. Well, I wish him.
So to him, it's probably a cake gig.
Yes, I'm guessing this is probably from what he was doing. Yeah.
Wait, he's probably like, wait, they're going to pay me to do that?
They're doing what? And again, it's probably not about the money. I'm guessing that St. Bonnie's isn't, paying him millions of dollars.
Phil Martelli still the coach?
I have no idea.
Wasn't he the coach there?
I couldn't tell you. Not
really? You don't remember Phil Martelli?
I don't.
Look like Mr. Burns.
I thought he was the St. Joseph's coach. Was he
You
also
might be right.
I thought he was
might be right. I think that's right.
I don't remember this at all.
St. Joseph's. Yeah, no, St. Bonaventure. Sorry, Mark Schmidt.
Okay.
The great Mark Schmidt.
Who
still
could
there.
forget Mark Schmidt?
Hired him in 07. How about that?
It's quite the run he's on.
Yes.
Someone's saying he should have just continued collecting the checks and not broke any news. How long? I know I got to be careful.
Oh, hey, no.
Yeah, I know someone in the business that is doing this right now. Who is
daring him to fire?
Stop staring at me.
No, I can't. I just they are doing this. They are daring.
Chip Kelly.
They are pulling a Chip Kelly, and it's amazing.
Can you guys shut up?
It's amazing. It's amazing to see.
Hey.
And I wonder with Woj, how long could Woj have Chip Kelly'd this before ESPN? I mean,
dude, we can't pay you $7 million to do nothing.
Well, I'm sure it's in his contract. I mean, I get there's guaranteed deals. Is there like a thing where you have to break so much news, or he's like, I don't know, man, I keep working the phones. Like, you could have quit that and probably siphoned off
for all 3 years.
At least 2. At least put $14 million in the bank before ESPN was like, you son of a bitch.
What are you doing? Oh, I'm having phone problems.
I keep making the calls. No one wants to talk to me. Some GM calls you or some player agent's like, hey, our guy's about to get arrested for domestic abuse. We need you to Schefter this thing. We need you to put out a positive spin. Yeah, sorry, phone's breaking up. Not gonna, and he just call Shams. Call you back. Click.
Man, well, he was great, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
He was great.
I'm like you. I have a ton of respect for the hustle of those insiders, but I also just don't think what they do is quite as
well, I think you sell your soul.
Quite as glamorous as a lot of people think.
And looking at his history and resume, I had kind of forgotten that he was at Yahoo before ESPN, and he was like the only guy who was consistently outscooping ESPN on basketball stuff, and they finally got to the point where they're like, we can't afford to not have this guy. But he was like, Yahoo didn't really have a guy that was doing that in any of the sports, but they had this one unicorn in Woj, and then he kind of became the industry standard.
Crazy. Well, good luck at St. Bonaventure. We'll never hear from him again.
Probably not. But, hey.
Oh, if they make the tournament, we'll hear about it.
Will we?
Yeah, probably. Because that's anything anyone's going to know about St. Bonnie's.
Well, that's true. He's he's going to be the star of St. Bonaventure.
He's the prime of St. Bonnie's.
Do you know of any other NIL, like GM college football or basketball type person?
No.
I mean, it is a new thing.
Oregon got theirs from Texas A&M, and he was a big guy, but I even forget what his name is. So,
that's what I mean.
Yeah, I don't know. Woj is the most famous one, so well, go Woj. Wait till Shams quit and then goes and takes the job. And I don't know what's St. Bonnie. He's gonna go to like Xavier.
Who's their rival?
I don't know. Like I don't
Dude,
know,
that would be
Providence or something.
That would be the greatest troll of all time. Is if Shams becomes the GM of the Bonnie's rival?
Well, if he did it at his alma mater, he could go to Loyola University of Chicago, who has an NCAA history recently
there
with
you
Sister
go.
Jean and all that.
Do that.
What about Niagara? It says here on internet, Niagara and
Sure.
St. Bonaventure
There you go.
set to renew rivalry.
Hey, Shams, balls in your court now. Let's go.
Where'd Shams go to school? Do you know?
Just said that Loyola University of Chicago.
Oh, sorry, I was reading about the.
Yeah, I don't think they play in the same league as the Bonnies, but they have their own recent NCAA March Madness history. So,
All right, well, the Beavers are going to go play the. You guys ever heard of Wake Forest?
Are you okay?
the Demon Deacons.
The Demon Deacons are coming to the Northwest.
All right. I
Get hot.
guess. Yeah.
We'll be right back on The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube, Twitch, and now
All right, coming up at the top of the hour, we
Some
have
sort of bad Johnny Carson over there.
hardball huggies.
Mm.
We're going to talk baseball.
Talk about stealing home.
It's on the list.
Well, I mean, they gave up 11, so
A little rough,
you know,
but
it's a little rough. A little rough.
but first, Oregon State signed a home and home with Wake Forest.
Yeah.
So let's get excited about that.
Didn't Wake Forest just get the piss taken out of them because they got hammered by Ole Miss and then they bailed on Ole Miss? Wasn't that Wake Forest?
Yeah, that's where Lane Kiffin called them
Yeah, basically called them cowards.
cowards. Yeah.
Yeah, so they had a
backing
home.
out.
They had a home and away with Wake Forest, and Ole Miss just absolutely drubbed Wake Forest. And then, like a day or two after, Ole Miss was like, "Yeah, we're not playing the next year."
No, Wake Forest said that.
Yeah, Wake Forest said it.
You said Ole Miss.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Wake Forest was like, "Yeah, we're not playing
Yeah.
the game," and Lane Kiffin was like, "You cowardly sons of bitches."
And then
What an
Oregon
exciting time.
State jumped in and like, yeah, we'll
Yeah.
play you.
Yeah, we
and they're
got
like,
it.
oh yeah, you
Yeah.
suck. We'll play you. This is great.
Turns out if you're Wake Forest, Ole Miss, a little scary. Oregon State, not
Hey,
so much.
I like this game. You know, ACC
Sure.
opponent, winnable game.
There you go.
I think this is the way Oregon State should be scheduling games like this. I really do. And I know it probably doesn't blow a lot of the fans' hair back
Sure.
to have a home game against Wake Forest, but it's better than, I don't know, probably better than playing Oregon.
Well, you're gonna find this out in that, like, because it's not an independent schedule per se, but essentially you're not having the Mountain West thing. So for at least 1 year, you're gonna have to build an independent schedule. But a lot of those games are already loaded, right? So you're not starting from scratch. And then going forward, you have the Mountain West schedule. But like when BYU was independent, or like even when we were in the Mountain West, it's a fine line that you have to walk, because you want to give your fans and your team meaningful games, but you also can't be scheduling games that you really don't have much of a chance in. Fresno State's a good example of this. You know, Pat Hill always had we'll play anyone at any time. And we do remember a handful of those times where Fresno State won those games, but you realize 95% of the time they got their teeth kicked in. And when they scheduled 2 or 3 of those, and then they would get into Mountain West play, or at the time, whatever it was, the Western Athletic Conference, that they would be so beat up from those games that they would lose a couple games that they shouldn't have. And so it's like, if you're Oregon State and Washington State, how do you want to schedule going forward? Because if you've got Oregon on your schedule every year, you're already playing one top 10 team.
Yeah.
Do you really want to schedule an Oregon and then like an Ole Miss?
No.
No,
I think you want to schedule winnable games.
But then it also,
But you also
your
you don't
fans,
well,
you
but
know?
you don't get as much money. The fans
No.
are going to show up, I think. But I guess you could ask this question if you're talking about the fans, because you got to be careful saying the fans are going to show up. But if you are going to lose by 40 to Ole Miss, or at least on paper be a 3-touchdown underdog, would the fans rather have that or rather have a competitive game?
Yeah, see, I don't know.
And I think it'd be the latter.
Yeah, that's why I said, to me it's a tough needle to kind of thread.
Well, I think you try to schedule so that it would be a fun schedule that all your games are pretty good but winnable.
Mhm.
And that's kind of what the rest of their schedule looks like.
Sure.
You know, that's not bad.
No.
It's not a bad route to go.
No.
So
It gives you the best chance. I mean, the next 2 years you can't be part of the group of 5, so you're not making it at large berth. But when you do relaunch the Pac-12 in 2 years, you know, it does behoove you just to be undefeated.
that's right.
Yeah.
And they can't ignore you if you run the table.
No.
Well, I guess they can.
Well,
but they likely won't.
Well, someone has to get in from that group of 5.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's scheduling is
Yeah.
about to become more
It's different.
Yeah, it's going to be different.
And I like these games. This one makes a lot of sense. So Wake Forest is going to be in Corvallis next season,
Mhm.
and then 2029 they will head back to. What town is Wake Forest?
Winston-Salem.
Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
There you go. Tobacco country.
Yeah, it's beautiful out there. September trip to North Carolina is not a bad trip if you're a Beaver.
No, that's cool.
It's a long way out there, but
Yeah, but it's different, and when are you
It's
going to get
nice.
out there again and see some beautiful fall leaves and whatnot? I'd get on a
I believe
if
they call that foliage.
foliage. If I was a Beaver fan, I'd get on the plane for that one. Absolutely, it's better than getting on a plane and again going to play like a top 10 team. Where you're like, oh my god, I don't want to go
Yeah.
out there and
What about Ole Miss? You want to go down there?
I do want to go to Ole Miss, but I would like if I was
You
a
do?
Beaver fan, and yeah, Ole Miss supposedly is great.
Ole Miss would be at the very top of my list.
Dude, they
Supposedly,
say-
Really?
tailgating in the Grove is
Dude,
supposed
they
to be
say
like
Ole Miss
the best
is,
pregame
What town is
experience.
that?
Oxford,
Oxford.
Mississippi.
Oxford.
Yeah,
Supposed to
people-
be the best tailgate experience in college
dude,
football.
people just won't
Mm.
shut up about it. Say it's incredible.
Probably a lot of hots.
Yes,
Many.
many hots, and they just said the whole thing is a kick-ass place. But like if I was a Beaver fan and you know the Civil War happened and then I got a week off and then you're telling me I got to get on a plane and go play Jackson Dart and this Ole Miss team, I'm not certain I want to go do that. You know, it's
All right.
a little rough.
You want some hardball huggies
Let's do it.
coming up next?
Let's steal this son of a gun.
A little baseball. And I got to tell you so this is Buck would know this because this guy's a giant. Did you see the Logan Webb hungover All-Star game story?
I haven't even seen this.
Logan Webb hungover story. No, I have not seen this.
Okay.
Okay.
But I'm excited. I like Logan Webb.
You do now.
Buck has weird random things where he just jumps on. Like he gets these things in his mind and he won't shut up about it.
Well, he's a giant,
Yeah,
so
he's a
he.
giant fan.
I mean, he's still.
He's, I mean,
Do I have to hear
He's
about
still-
Hunter Pence anytime
Well,
soon?
no, he's yelling at me about Blake Snell.
I
I
know,
do
he
yell.
won't shut
I
up
do
about
yell
Blake
at you
Snell.
about Blake Snell. That's right.
Every time.
Every time.
He was
Yeah.
pitching well last night. He's like, see.
One hit, 12 Ks, just dominating.
I mean, there's no better pitcher than Blake Snell, apparently.
Not right now. There isn't.
So we will have your hardball huggies, a segment next on the Fan. back. Hope you're having a nice, juicy, buttery little Wednesday. Big news. We talked about it in hour one, the WNBA coming back to Portland. You can go back and listen if you'd like. We've got podcasts.
Yeah.
You know, you can get those on the Odyssey app. You can get those on our website. You can get those anywhere you get your podcasts.
Yep. You get a podcast. You get a podcast. I mean,
Yeah, everyone has
everyone
a podcast.
has a podcast.
I tell you what, you're looking at 2 YouTube influencers here.
Uh-huh. And Twitch.
You and I. And Twitch, I found out. We're on Twitch, apparently.
Yes.
Even though none of us know how to get on there.
You go to TwitchCon later this year?
No,
Oh.
I won't be there. But I mean, if they want me to be there, I'll send them my invoice. But
Yeah, my buddy
since
went.
we're
My buddy went to TwitchCon, and
we're Twitch.
you know, you can head down there and check out all the other Twitch influencers.
well, that's what we are.
Yeah, just a couple of influencers.
So it's going to cost a little money to get me down there.
$12 and maybe a stay at the Wynn.
Isachi. Oh, it's in Vegas.
Yeah, TwitchCon's in Vegas.
Hmm.
See, all of a sudden, it's looking.
Yeah, things will. Hey, anytime you put something in Vegas, it's
why-
a better event.
Well, that's why everything's in Vegas. No convention is ever in like Sioux City. It's either
Chico, California.
No, San Diego, Los Angeles, L.A., Miami, New Orleans. There you go.
Let's get to some baseball.
Yeah.
We have not been able to corkscrew much baseball in this week.
No, we have not.
This time of year, it's tough. But, some good races,
Mm-hmm.
wild card races especially.
The Mets have seized a 2-game lead over the cowardly Atlanta Braves for the wild card spot. In fact, I think they're actually tied now for the second wild card spot in the NL.
Well, no, the Diamondbacks won today.
Mm.
So Arizona's got them by a half game there. But, yeah, I mean, it's pretty much for the second and third wild card spots in the NL, it's 3 teams.
Mhm.
Diamondbacks, Mets, Braves.
Yeah.
I mean, Cubs are,
They're
6.5 out.
6.5 back. Cardinals 7. So yes.
In the AL, it's all about the AL Central teams who are kind of buoyed because, well, not kind of, they are. They're buoyed this year because the White Sox suck balls.
Mhm.
So I was reading that the White Sox are 8-41 against their division. And so if you're wondering why 4 teams in the AL Central, traditionally the worst division in baseball. I mean, it is. It's not a great division.
Yeah.
The AL Central team never does crap, except when the Royals won the World Series in 2015 over.
Yeah. Thanks.
Over?
Thank you for that. Yeah, I think we know.
Oh, we do?
I think
The New York
the
Mets.
New York Mets. Yeah, and that was the series where the Mets had a lead in every game. Yeah, I remember that. That was great. Cool.
And the then Indians made the World Series that one year and lost to the Cubbies.
But there's a good chance that 3 of those teams now,
Yeah.
barring some sort of Mariner
Yeah.
miracle, it wouldn't be a miracle, but look, it's a long shot at best. You are going to get the Guardians and then some combination of Royals, Twins, Tigers.
Yeah.
I saw this the other day. I did not realize this. The over the last couple months, the Tigers are the best team in baseball.
They've been playing well.
Yes,
And they have some good pitching.
it was since I forget. It was one of those arbitrary dates. Since June, whatever. The Tigers are the best team in baseball.
Yeah, I would just caution you as a guy who watches some AL Central baseball.
Mhm.
It's not. It's the only reason they look better on paper and in the standings this year is because the White Sox. They've all beaten up on the White Sox.
Yeah.
So that's the direct result there. But you never know. You get into those short series, and you got Bobby Witt. You
Bobby!
can do some things.
Had another 30-30 season.
Mariners. Well,
Yeah, it's
they're only 3 out of the third wild card spot, so they're chasing the Tigers and Twins.
yeah.
But I mean, 3's not.
No, it's
You
not
know,
insurmountable.
You got
but
stuff to play for there.
But the problem is that when you only have whatever it is, like 12 left, 3 games is actually quite a bit.
Yeah.
Especially when you're having to leap, a couple teams, and it also doesn't help when you're playing the Yankees and you get bludgeoned 11-2. I mean, everyone knew this was a monster series, and you go out and you lay a giant egg. I mean, the division is basically done. And so now you're down to the wild card. And does anyone have any sort of faith that the Mariners are about to reel off 9 in a row?
No, but if you do, I would again say that the Twins and Tigers may be catchable. And who knows, it may even be the Royals. They've lost 2 in a row now to the stupid Tigers.
Yeah.
And they're making my butt pucker.
So, and if it gives you any sort of faith for the Mariners, you got 2 more with the Yankees, and then you got 3 against Texas, who sucks. But then this is the problem. You got 4 against Houston, which is tough. And then you finish off, if you are within striking distance, you do finish off with 3 against the A's. So It's not a murderer's row, but you can't get hammered by the Yankees and the Astros and think you're going to make it up against the Rangers and the A's.
Well, you also can't try to steal home
no.
with the bases loaded on a 3-0 count.
What?
Probably not great.
Anybody?
Victor.
Can someone please explain that? I'm going to need.
Well, he was just trying to catch the pitcher off guard.
I could see where he saw the opportunity, but
totally.
situationally it was just
it was
totally
terrible.
boneheaded.
That's right.
Because you were in a position to score a lot more than that, and you
It's-
ran yourself right out of it.
It's like one of those things where I like my team to be aggressive like that. I like that.
And
I,
to just be thinking like that all
yes,
the time.
always be
but
thinking
know your
about that.
spots.
But right, 3-0 count, dude. Hold on.
Yeah.
He was trying to catch. So he's trying to catch that heel guy of the Yankees off guard. He went to the rosin bag, and Robles broke for home. But I think he would have. I think he probably would have made it if he had gone just a fraction earlier. But Heel had already thrown down the bag, and he turned around and whipped him out at home.
Yeah. It's just brutal. I mean, and look, they ended up giving up 11, and when this team gives up, when any team gives up 11, but that's early in the game. It's setting a tone. You could have put some pressure on him, staked a lead with your, to your pitcher. You just you can't have that.
Look, I
can't
know
have it.
this feeling well. When you have a bad offense, it's just really tough to watch. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, you got to. I get where Robles is coming from. You got to just make anything happen. The Royals do this too, where it's like, I mean, they'll find new and creative ways to load the bases and not score. It's just, this is just what bad offenses do.
Yeah.
So, another. I don't know. Are they winning 54%? The Mariners?
Let's take a look and see where they're
No,
at.
51.
51. So, hey, DePoto's going to be able to be like, hey, we didn't get to 54.
That's right.
I don't know what to
That's
tell
all
you.
it's going to take is 54.
But when it's going to be one of those years where when you look back at this and you look at where their pitching staff is ranked, and to not make the postseason, I would like to know, and maybe it slipped a little bit because they had some guys that have gotten raked a little bit over the last handful, but through 90% of this season, they were a top 3 pitching staff in every meaningful category that you could have. Have we ever seen a pitching staff be this good and modern with the expanded wild card, especially, and not make the postseason? I mean, it seems almost impossible that you could be this good at pitching and and still not make the postseason.
My Royals have 5 starters in the top 25 in the American League.
But
I mean,
they're at least in
they're
playoff.
both
They're in playoff position though.
They are, but they're not very good.
No.
Outside of that, they have good defense and they have Bobby Witt.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's pretty rare to have that many good starters, and the Mariners have that too. Mariners have a better bullpen, but yes, I mean all eyes on DePoto in the offseason. In other news, I've got some hangover quotes for you.
Okay.
You guys have not seen this. I can't believe Buckley has not seen this
No.
because he is a big Giants fan. Of course, starting pitcher of the Giants, Logan Webb, made the All-Star game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he said that he sucked in the All-Star game because he was wildly hungover.
I didn't see that.
A la David Wells.
It is the All-Star game though, so
Boomer threw a perfecto.
Well, I guess he wasn't hungover. He said he was drunk.
Still drunk.
and that at
From
least
the
was in a,
SNL cast party.
and that was in a meaningful like a regular season game. I don't mind if you're hungover in the All-Star game.
Yeah, considering this thing is just an exhibition, there's nothing at stake. Whatever.
No, I have zero. I could care less. In fact, I think more people should show up to the All-Star game hungover. I think it'd be more entertaining.
Well, maybe he was drinking with that country singer who sang the national anthem. Remember that?
Oh, I do remember that.
She admitted she was drunk.
Oh, can we put that? Can we start a conspiracy theory on that? That they got hammered together?
Sure.
And one can't sing and the other can't pitch. Let's go.
He said that it was an open bar after the All-Star home run derby.
Yeah.
He said, quote, "It was probably one of the more hungover days I've ever had. The day of the All-Star game, I take responsibility for that. I was having a blast. It was a cool experience. I'm watching the derby. They had a post-game players celebration, like a party for the players and their families. It was in the middle of the Cowboys Stadium. Lil Jon was DJing. It's free alcohol. I just enjoyed it. I didn't enjoy when my wife woke me up at 7 a.m. and said, 'Hey, I've got to get my makeup done right now.' And I was like, 'Oh no, this is going to be a long day.' And it was a long day."
Time out. I got questions. I got a lot of questions. First off, let me just make a statement. The open bar has gotten many of us. Okay? There's nothing more dangerous.
Yes.
There's no two words strung together that are more dangerous than open bar. Many, many times
It's really not even our fault.
No, it's entrapment.
And a pro athlete should not be surprised at any point by an open bar.
Yeah.
He should be getting free drinks whenever he wants them.
You just can't trust. I don't care how much money you have. Open bar is dangerous. You're swimming in shark infested waters, and if you get bit, again, not your fault. You're already there. Second, what do you mean his wife is at 7 a.m. has to get her makeup done? You know your husband, who's pitching in the All-Star game, is hammer drunk, and you're waking him up at 7 because you have to get makeup done? Where does the responsibility lie on her to let her man sleep it off? I think we're putting less onus on Logan Webb here, and I'm putting it back on whoever had the open bar. Not cool, although kind of cool. And the wife. She's got to be better.
And what was she doing that day that required professional makeup at 7 a.m.?
She's got to look good.
Okay, and she can't do that?
Exactly. You can't do that in another room.
At 7? Or you couldn't do it at, I don't know, at noon?
Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Somewhere over the course of the evening, she needed to have looked at her husband and was like, oh boy, he's taking it deep. I got that 9 a.m. makeup call. Red panty, red panty. You got to audible at the line of scrimmage and check yourself into a better play. It's her fault.
Hey, Red Danny,
I'm blaming her.
Omaha!
So he got in the third inning and he said, quote, I was nervous. I was excited. I had a lot of Red Bulls. I got Tylenol because I'm trying to get the hangover out of me. I think I wasted all my good pitches in the bullpen. It was all I had, and I wasted all of them. Then I go from the bullpen and I jog out to the mound, and the only thing I'm thinking is don't throw up, don't throw up, don't throw up, don't throw up. And it's a long jog, too.
Oh, boy.
I think my first pitch almost didn't make it to Will Smith, Dodgers catcher.
This makes me like Logan Webb even more. I love it.
So then fans were on him because he sucked in the game, and he said, I got out of the game and I felt so bad. That was like 7 million people watching. I said, this team is going to hate me. And I'm walking in the dugout and I'm going, my bad, guys, my bad, guys. And every superstar you can think of that was on the National League team is like, dude, who gives an F? Everyone was like, who cares? Who effing cares?
Exactly.
That's all I heard walking down. And I'm like, all right, that makes me feel better about myself. That's all right. I do know some fans were mad at me because a certain someone didn't get the All-Star Game MVP because they would have if we had won the game. You know who I'm talking about. It's all right. I'm good with it.
I love
And
it.
that is Logan Webb, ladies and gentlemen.
Finally, this might be the first San Francisco Giant since Will Clark that I like and that I'm rooting for. And yes, someone bringing up the fact that he has a $90 million contract. Money, it doesn't matter. I'm telling you, it's not about how much money you make. The open bar, it's the siren of the sea to drinkers.
Yep.
You can't help it.
Open bar is really fantastic.
It is. It's not a matter of whether you can afford it or not. It's just, hey.
It's just great.
Yeah, you want to go in and have one or two? Hey, they're having an open bar. You're like, ooh, boy.
Yeah, because we all, you can make $90 million in your contract, but you still don't like large bar bills.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
This, you just have some cash for tips and you're good.
Exactly. And you tip generously, and I like to, if you're going to the open bar, just to tip all at once, right? Just go to the bartender immediately and just be like, hey, I'm going to be here a while. This is for you. Let's start the precedent right now. We're taking care of each other. And then you're just good for the rest of the evening. It's the appropriate response.
I've got a couple of other hardball huggies. You thought Logan Webb was bad, or maybe you didn't, but how about...
Ooh, by the way, Logan Webb's wife.
How about a guy tipping pitches to the other team on purpose?
Yeah, he can't do that. Saw this one.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that one, too.
It happened.
You can't. That's
Very Bull Durham.
That's a nosies.
We'll be right back on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
Lanning will not be on our show tomorrow because he is tired of us.
Yes.
You ever see a cheetah stretch?
That and it's a bye week.
No, it's just a bye week. He's out recruiting. He'll be back next Thursday.
I don't mind talking to y'all.
Apparently you do.
Buckle up for ads on helmets in the Major League Baseball postseason. Did you see that bit of news?
No.
Yeah, they're going to put ads on the helmets.
No, we already got ads on jerseys. Hockey has ads on helmets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, old men, they're going to freak out.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
The old white guys.
hockey now has ads on. You get a different ad on your jersey than the one on your helmet. So, like the Red Wings have a grocery store chain on their helmet, and they have a trash company on the jersey. So, whatever. So it's just on the. It won't be. Will it be on the hat or just the batting helmet?
Doesn't say.
Okay.
No, I think just the helmet.
Just the helmet.
Yeah, just the batting helmet.
Okay. Well, I mean, look, it's only a matter of time before we're NASCAR. I mean, the European soccer, the Portland Timbers, for example, the Portland Timbers jersey is just the logo. They're what, Tillamook now? We're the Tillamook Cheese Timbers.
Yeah.
Welcome, it's happening. It's going to happen in college football. Just get used to it. Every sport has this but the American sport. So old men, I don't know, keep yelling at the clouds. Teams are going to make more money, and so there it is.
Our last baseball story here. I'm glad we got some baseball in today.
Hardball Huggies, please. I really like that.
Yes, this is the hardball Huggies.
Real quick, Otani has a steal in this game. So
49.
He is now 2 home runs and 1 stolen base shy of the first ever 50-50 season.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
He'll get that, right?
It's got I think 10 or 11 left to go. So
He'll get that.
let's hope. If you get to the end, don't you just throw him a meatball,
I think pitchers have so much pride about that sort of thing.
I was going to say I wouldn't. But someone might.
I want to see him get 50-50. I love me some Otani.
The Twins have released a minor league catcher named Derek Bender.
Mm-hmm.
He was their 6th-round pick in this year's draft.
I know. When I first saw that they released a draft pick, I assumed this was going to be some sort of 42nd round, loser. Top 6 round guy.
He played for their single-A affiliate in Fort Myers, Florida, the Mighty Muscles. They shockingly missed the playoffs. And he just said he wanted the season to end. So much so that he was tipping pitches to hitters from the other team.
I've never heard of anything like this. It's not a gambling thing. It's not a vendetta thing. He just wanted to go home.
And his own team didn't really know it until the coaches of the other team told the Fort Myers coaches. They were like, hey, you should know that your catcher's telling us what's up. So then they banished him to the bullpen for the last, this was right before the season ended.
Yeah,
they put him in the pen.
The game in question, too, they lost 6-0. They got drilled.
Yeah, they said that, so they had 2 games left, and they put him out in the bullpen. They would not allow him in the dugout, and now they have just flat out cut him. He's only 21 years old. He was hitting 200. He did not have a very good first season. He only had 67 plate appearances, and his teammates just said he told him that he wanted the season to be over.
Wow. I mean, it's bad when the other team rats you out. I mean, they feel so bad they don't even want it to continue. They're like, hey, look, by the way.
Yeah, that's true.
And I'm assuming that this ends his career. I mean, how do you come back?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like being labeled a rat in the mob.
Yeah.
You kind of become persona non grata, I would think.
I would think. And who knows how long he'd been doing this, because it was a 7-game losing streak that ended their season. I certainly wouldn't want him. I mean, it's one thing, and this is like a sliding scale of jackassery. Look, if the dude was an absolute monster and was hitting 320, then maybe. But you're hitting 200 with a couple home runs, and you got caught tanking games for the other team. I mean, I'm assuming, dude, brush up on the resume. You're gonna be selling some white walls here pretty soon.
What if he was hitting 320?
Then I think someone else would have picked him up. I mean, they still may have cut.
You think they still cut him?
They may have cut him just because you can't allow that sort of thing. But someone would have been like, "Oh, it's an organizational thing," and
someone would say, "If you can convince me that that's not really who you are, and you can still rake, then go ahead." Yeah. But that probably is who he really is.
Look, anytime someone gets cut because of some sort of behavioral thing, it comes down to it wasn't very good. Because you can be the worst human being on the planet, but if you play well, Tyreek Hill or Greg Hardy or whatever, someone will keep giving you opportunities. I mean, you really have to do something to force your way out of professional sports.
Well, it sounded like the minor league grind really got to him. They said, so one of the guys who covered him at Coastal Carolina. He was a slugger at Coastal Carolina.
Is that the Chanticleers, right?
That's right, the Chanticleers.
One of the guys who covered him there said he was the most memorable player that guy ever covered. He said he was very colorful and often got into fights with the other team. Like there was one time when he hit a walk-off home run and he just stood at home plate and the catcher chest bumped him and he flipped his bat at him. And
Oh boy.
so that's Derek Bender for you.
Well, something tells me
He
Derek
may have cost himself a lot of money there. You know?
Well, yeah, I don't know what a 6th-round pick, who knows how close he was to the major leagues, but my guess is if you're so tired of the season that you're willing to do that to get out of it, something tells me you may not have that whole Mamba mentality that you need in order to get to the show.
His signing bonus was $297,000.
Okay. And to be fair, minor league baseball by all accounts is a grind and a half. And boy, if I showed you Derek Bender, you would be like, there's no way that guy's a major league catcher.
Well, he's not a major league
No,
catcher.
but that's Derek Bender.
Yeah. He just looks like a bro. He's got a mustache.
Gee, he looks like I don't know.
He's a baseball bro.
He looks like a substitute teacher.
And that is Hardball Huggies. Thank you. Thank you so much.
By the way, I looked it up. The Mariners' playoff chances, according to analytics, they have a 1.9% chance to win the division, and they have a 4.5% chance to even make the playoffs.
Okay, well,
that is not. Take
that for data.
I mean, we know that they have a ways to go, but
Kansas City Royals, on the other hand, would you like to know what their playoff chances are?
No, I think the percentage chances things are dumb because they don't mean anything at all. I mean, it's just we get it.
What if it really favors your Royals though? What if it's like 98%?
Look, they're trying to blow it, dude. I'm telling you, I'm puckered. They lost 2 in a row to the Tigers.
They have a 93% chance.
Yeah, see, that's way too high. I can tell you right now, that's way too high. Dumb.
The Royals have a 93, the Twins an 81, and the Tigres only 22.2.
All right, coming up next, it is time for In the News. You know the newsman here. Jason, we have another train death.
These damn trains.
Got another one.
If there were only some ads.
That's next, but first, Buck with SportsCenter.
Like the legend of the Phoenix.
I really mean that when I say that. It is September 18, 2024. It is time now on our show for In the News. I'm your noted newsman. Hello, thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies. Ladies, please. Be seated. Although if you're driving, stay seated.
Yeah, that would be
Don't stand.
It would be awkward to stand while driving.
In the News is brought to you by the Advocates Injury Attorneys at advocateslaw.com.
You can stand while calling them if you want.
It is National Cheeseburger Day.
Oh, who doesn't love a good cheeseburger?
Yeah. Have we talked? I think we have talked about this, but, you know, after so many years, it all blends together.
Sure, it becomes one big pot.
Have we talked about the, sort of the eraser that we have taken to the hamburger?
Yeah, there is no more hamburger. It's a cheeseburger.
It doesn't exist.
No.
Remember, it used to be that the cheeseburger was kind of like the
Yeah, it was like a
secondary
I'm
thing.
getting a cheeseburger. No, it's now no one gets a hamburger. Nobody.
Yeah.
I've never.
It's not even on a menu.
It's not even on a menu. It's if you want to get the cheeseburger, I guess you could
get
say
it without
just get
cheese.
it without cheese. But there is no more hamburger. Doesn't exist.
I wonder what changed that.
Well, I think someone figured out that cheese is just delicious, and why wouldn't you put cheese? Is there any unless you're like lactose intolerant? I mean, and even then, I am lactose intolerant, and I can't tell you the last time I ate a hamburger. It's maybe been a decade. It's silly. In fact, I've seen more people get a cheeseburger minus bun than I have actually get a hamburger with no cheese. It's right out.
Do they use a fork?
Yeah, you use a fork, or some people put salad because it's a carb thing. You know, people that are doing keto or whatnot.
Sure.
Yeah,
They'll do the lettuce wrap.
yeah.
As a bun?
Yeah, a couple pieces of iceberg around it.
Or I've seen people do 2 slices of cold cheese and they hold it that way.
But if they use lettuce, do they still use a fork?
No, the lettuce is usually
You
just,
eat it like a burger, like a
you're going,
man.
Yeah, you're going man paws on that one.
It is also National School Backpack Awareness Day.
Come again?
Oh, we need to like bulletproof them or something
It
because
is
all the
also
shooters.
National School Backpack Awareness Day. So you need to be aware of school backpacks.
I don't. What am I aware of?
Well, I just feel like you need to be aware.
Of their existence?
Yeah. You know, I don't know.
I'm very confused by that.
I don't know, man.
Okay. Everyone should have a good backpack, though. Stand by that.
Is that it? Making sure every child has a decent backpack? Or like,
I mean,
I too am wondering what we need to be aware of specifically.
I still remember very fondly my JanSport with the leather bottom, because then you could take Sharpies and you could draw all over the leather bottom. I was a big fan of that.
National School Backpack Awareness Day strives to make sure students wear backpacks safely.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Improper use can lead to back pain or injury, which can impact learning. On this day, teachers, students, and parents come together to make sure families are aware of these risks.
What, you wearing a backpack like a loser?
Oh,
You put it one strap over like a cool kid. Come on. Maybe do the frontsies. Get out of here. Proper way to wear a backpack.
Well, we've got another train death.
Yeah, we got to stop these.
A man was hit by a train near the intersection of Southwest Tualatin Valley Highway and 198th Avenue.
This is the thing we talk about most that I can't fully process. It just doesn't feel like people should be getting hit by trains.
Yeah, but you know, it doesn't. This is one of those stories that's really unsatisfying because it tells us nothing.
And every time I hear this or one of these stories, my first thought is, and this is in no way an indictment on them, and I'm not it was the dude homeless.
Again, it tells us nothing.
Because I kind of feel like you see, like doing the zombie lurch or whatever, like, I don't know.
He was a 41-year-old man.
If someone's all messed up and they happen to stumble upon the tracks, that makes sense. But a lot of times it's not. It's just some person who's not paying attention and they literally run into a train.
I always just think someone's passed out on there.
Yeah.
But it doesn't, again, we have no information on this.
No
This was at
info.
5:15 a.m.
Yeah.
this morning.
So he's either someone who was very excited about a morning commute or, again, a homeless person and, you know, stumbled into the wrong part of town. Just doesn't seem that hard to not get hit by a train. And yet it happens.
The man accused of stalking UConn basketball star Paige Buckets is from Oregon.
Oh, hey, look at us.
Grants Pass represent.
Congratulations.
He is a Grants Pass Oregonian.
That's kind of a long-term stock if you're stalking from Portland or Grants Pass to Connecticut.
He has also lived in Ritzville, Washington.
I'm assuming he made his way over there. You know, you can't really stalk from 3,000 miles away.
He has said on social media that he intended to marry her, and he had an engagement ring and lingerie in his possession when he was arrested near a Connecticut airport. His name is Robert Cole Parmalee. He is 40. He sent emails to Yukon officials that showed an infatuation with her and included threats. His last known addresses were Grants Pass and Ritzville. He was detained on $100,000 bail.
I'm going to go ahead and say that he probably doesn't have the money to get out, which is a good thing, you know.
Why do you say that?
Well, I just
He could.
kind of think that he
Don't you have to
probably-
only post 10% of that?
10%. You think he's got 10 G's?
I mean, I could probably come up with it.
I read somewhere that he got stopped like walking on the side of a highway, like that he was not supposed to be on, and someone asked him where he was going, and he said, "I'm going to Paige Becker's house."
Yeah. He said he just flew in from the Northwest and he was on his way to Paige's house. Or no, he said he was on his way to see Paige at Yukon.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
And he had a ring and lingerie on him.
Well, look, he is prepared.
Hey, maybe it would have worked.
Shows up there with the
And
ring.
she's like, wow,
Yeah, it's sort of
I love this
commitment.
lingerie.
What do you present first, the ring or the lingerie?
I think the lingerie goes first.
Okay.
It's a bold
See
move.
if she's into it, and then you propose.
And then you propose. See if there's some chemistry there. So, well,
The
hopefully,
only,
hopefully he's gonna go away and
Well,
sit in the old cuckoo's nest for a while and get some help.
the only way it all went down, in other words, him getting arrested, was that a trooper stopped him. He was like Buck said, he was walking along the side of a highway, and a trooper stops him. He's like, "What the hell are you doing?" And he looked up his name and ID and everything, and he had an arrest warrant out in Josephine County, out in Oregon, and that's why he was arrested.
Oh, all right. I'm looking through his stuff, and he seems
Well,
like.
why didn't you ask what his arrest warrant is for?
Well,
Because I'm going to tell you.
That is a good question. What is that arrest warrant
He
for?
set a home on fire
Oh.
with his roommates and pets inside.
Oh.
Yeah,
Do we know?
yeah.
Oh, I'm busy on his TikTok right now, checking out what he's got. He's got 345 followers on TikTok.
He had been DMing her, not threatening, but
My guess is she was not engaging him on said DMs.
That would be my guess. There,
she said she did not respond.
I am on his TikTok, and there is several Pagey Buckets posts on here. He's also a big fan of David Beckham, in case you were wondering.
She said that she only became concerned for her safety once she learned that he was arrested near the airport in Connecticut.
He also has Secret Truth tattooed on his forearms. So, and he's talking about espionage.
So he's enlightened.
Yeah, SS and the truth to figure it out. If it's a secret, I don't know the answer. If you ask me, it's espionage or the truth as I see it, because if I do not know the answer, then it's a secret to me as well. And then there's a lot of photos of Paige Beckers on that same post. Boy, I'll tell you what.
What are you talking about?
Man,
Yeah.
I don't know what would have happened, but
It's not good.
I don't.
I'm glad they didn't meet.
Yes, exactly.
Boy, he is he's got some interesting interesting things on here.
I've got mail theft next up on the docket here.
Yeah, you can't be doing that either. Knock it off, people.
This down in Salem. We'll get to that story next on The Fan.
This is the Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
Yaz, first pitch swing, drives one, deep right field, go!
I'll tell you what, I'm on this the stalker guy's TikTok.
Yeah.
Um,
What do we got?
boy, if you're trying to get caught for stalking, first off, he printed out wedding invitations.
Wow.
So the
Do they
wedding
look nice?
the wedding is October 20th. That's Sunday.
What color scheme did he
Where
use?
is it?
It's in Spokane. It's at the Spokane Arena.
Does Paige know it's in Spokane, or
At
does
the
she want it closer
arena?
to home?
Yeah, it's at the Spokane Arena in Washington.
Wow. It's a lot
Sunday,
of guests.
October 20th, 9 a.m., 2024.
Okay.
Paige
Sunday
and gold.
morning, huh?
Yeah, it's cream with gold and then rose petal
Sounds
accents.
tasteful.
Tasteful. He did tag her in literally every single post on here. It's a nice ring. Like, it's not, if that's a real diamond, it's a nice ring. Although there is a weird photo right after that where he puts his tongue through the ring.
I could have predicted that.
And then the ring is is like on his crotch, which is a little weird, but you know, there's
Okay.
that. And then he takes this is the last post before he got arrested. I'm coming to Yukon, Paige, Madison, Beckers. I'll be in Hartford tomorrow morning. And then he hashtagged and tagged the Yukon Huskies, Paige Beckers, just anyone affiliated with her, and then took a series of photos and videos of himself getting on airplanes to fly and stalk her.
What?
Like, I mean, he kind of outed himself. And he's also seems to be weirdly obsessed with David Beckham. But boy, he has a chronological diary of his stalkings. I mean,
How do you think he got on her? Like, why her?
I'm trying to figure that out. He also has
Beckham wasn't in the spotlight anymore.
Yeah, Beckham got a little old.
it
Need
might
to find a new
be.
superstar.
He's got some weird. I'm gonna do some further digging, but it's just fascinating to see it all. Just like, he is not shy. He is sharing everything. And
Which
there's
means
the,
he thinks it's totally normal.
well, and here's the lingerie too.
Yeah,
So
he's crazy. So if we need the Spokane Arena on October 20th at 9 a.m., can we grab it now?
I don't think so.
Oh, he's still there.
Well, I mean, I don't. I mean,
You're saying never say never. Maybe he gets out of jail in time, and maybe she bails him out, and they rush to Spokane Arena and get married.
just because he's been arrested doesn't mean that the wedding is off.
True.
You know.
She hasn't said no.
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I mean, he's asked her to marry him now on here. I'm counting at least 4 of these where he's asked her to marry him.
Are you kidding me?
And I honestly wonder what he thinks. If he thinks, oh, she just hasn't seen it yet. Or if he thinks, you know, like, what is the actual, what's his reality say that is
Yeah, I
happening
don't
here?
think there's much of a reality there.
No, it's a whole thing.
This is in the news September 18, 2024. We've got a Salem woman arrested. She's a 31-year-old by the name of Ashley Wood. And she has been arrested for stealing mail from hundreds of people.
Yeah.
She stole mail belonging to more than 200 people at her apartment complex down there.
So my neighbor was right to put in his Fort Knox mailbox.
Hey, you can never be too careful, particularly when you're over the age of 65.
Well, I promise you, if my neighbor saw this story, and by the way, update on that, my neighbor had a professional security guy out at his house today. The same guy that installed like the $500 Fort Knox mailbox. There was some dude with some sort of security company, and they were out, I don't know, he's installing something over at his house, but he's going to see this story today and be like, told you.
Told you.
He's probably going to come back over next time he sees me and be like, hey, did you see the news? Huh? You want to rethink that $500 mailbox now?
Could you think of anything less satisfying than having a bunch of mail from people that you stole sitting on your table and you just going through it and getting nothing? Like, what does she think she's going to get out of that?
I don't know.
I mean, seriously, dude,
What
you're
are
going
the
to get...
what are the odds that you got something good that you could? Is it like an identity?
Dude, maybe it's... Yeah,
credit
maybe that.
card offers?
Yeah, maybe
I
that.
I don't know.
Maybe that.
I don't.
Well, I mean, what? You're getting other people's PGE bills.
Maybe you're looking for that Paige Becker's wedding invitation that you. I don't know. Again, if someone wanted to steal my mail, there's probably 4 days out of the year, 4 days out of the mail calendar that if you stole something, you probably got something worthwhile. Other than that,
Well, even if you like what's worthwhile?
well, like I mean, I guess like sometimes like a small Amazon package, or if I order something, that would come. You
They
know,
put it
so
in the mailbox.
they put it in the mailbox every now and then. So I guess on the off chance you could get that. Maybe like a settlement check. You know, that happens sometimes. You're part of those class action.
Yeah, but can they
settlements.
even really go cash those?
I suppose it's probably pretty easy. Like if you fake a signature or whatever, maybe you can get the $80. I you know.
But it's not in your name.
No, maybe you could sign it over though. I'm assuming if you're stealing mail, you're experienced in fraud, right? Like
Yeah, you're probably right. It's probably an identity.
you've got a
theft thing.
plan. I don't know. I've never thought about stealing mail.
I've also never seen anyone walking through a random neighborhood just rifling through someone's mailbox.
Talk to
just
my neighbor.
I know, but
He'll tell you
these
it's
people who
dangerous.
are like hyper concerned about this, I'm like, where's the
know.
proof that this is just happening rampantly?
I am so with you on that. You see these Fort Knox mailboxes, and
They'd be a great idea if I believed it were a real problem, but like I don't know.
Or I mean, the other thing is you can have my mail.
Yeah.
There's nothing good if it's a bill.
What do I care?
If it's a bill, I can get it online.
What if you get like what if someone out there has the last subscription to like Playboy, and you're getting like that's you're like, man, I really got to get my hands on that Playboy. Maybe that like the swimsuit issue's coming out.
I can get
don't
that
know.
online.
Or there's the alternative option, as the Vancouver Ford text line points out. You could just get a PO box where you know it's secure and you don't have to invest all this extra
yeah, but then
money.
you got to go get your mail.
Well, sure, but you're
What a
still
beating.
going to unlock your dumb mailbox every
I'll
day.
tell you what. I think my neighbor sleeps the sleep of angels knowing that Fort Knox is out there. I
Well, he doesn't
almost
trust the PO boxes either.
I almost walked over there and asked what the security guy was there for, but I just was like,
What do you got to pay for a PO box?
It's like $10 a month, maybe. I think.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's a monthly thing.
Seems high.
Well, I mean,
I think I'm gonna get one.
No, you're not.
I am.
No, you're not.
I'm gonna give it out to make people think that I've got weird things going on. Hey, can I get your address, Rob? Yeah, PO Box 198.
Oh, you got a $2 key deposit too.
I'm still trying to figure out. They say you can do a 6 or 12-month payment period, but it's not saying how much.
Again, don't forget about the key deposit.
$2 key deposit. Don't lose that bad boy.
I've always wanted a safe deposit box at the bank, like where you go in there and then it's like there's a lot of cool stuff in there, but I don't have anything cool to put in it. I just like in the movies where someone has like an escape plan. You got like 50 grand in cash and like a fake passport, but I would just have like some expired like Chipotle coupons. Like I don't have anything cool to put in there.
She was booked into Polk County Jail on charges of mail theft, identity theft, and criminal possession of a forged instrument. She had a warrant for forgery out in another county as well. So that's what she was doing.
Yeah, you can't do that. So it looks depending on the size. You got $4 to $28 per month. I guess you can get a giant one.
Well, yeah. I mean, big parcels.
Yeah, you get big parcels and
Heads
stuff.
coming in.
But yeah, for a cheap one, just like I got the extra small, which is a 3x5. You got $4.
$4 a month.
$4 a month. And then the extra large, that's where you're gonna get into that's the big sucker. That's like a 2 foot by 3 foot, and then you're into it for some cash.
That is in the news for September 18, 2024. Thank you. Up next, it's the Hot 5 at 5. Big news, sports news, in Portland today. It's Isaac and Suk on The Fan.
Hey, it's Suk, and let's talk about your hair. You're losing it, right?
right, welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Wednesday. It's your Sports Bros, Rop and Sook. I'm Rop. Big Sook's right over there.
Yeah, still doing some research into Paige Becker's stalker. I figured out that our guy Cole, again, being the stand-up guy that he is, he offered the parents a dowry as well. So if anyone has a connection to Paige's parents, he would like to provide them with a cash payment for their daughter's hand in marriage.
The price is wrong, bitch.
Because he
He's
is an executor and a benefactor of a sizable estate. So Amy and Bob Beckers, if you're out there, Cole is looking.
Well, hey, that may change things.
to get a hold of you.
They're like, wait, what? Don't
How much?
arrest him,
Honey,
Yeah.
you got to meet this guy.
I mean, who can make it work, right?
I
Paige?
can't get enough, dude. I am obsessed with this guy's TikTok now.
He is from Grants Pass, Oregon. This guy.
And he's been arrested in Connecticut for stalking Paige Beckers.
Coming up this hour, before Buckley goes on his stay and play at Sun River with his buddies tomorrow, we have to do a primetime follow-up.
Ooh, I do like follow-ups.
He was out when this story broke, but
Oh, I remember this. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
the Washington Commanders guy who got caught talking S
Yeah, it was
about
like
all kinds of things NFL.
Yeah, their social media content guy.
Yeah, he
Former,
went on the
'cause-
date with the gal. He met her on Tinder,
The
whatever.
undercover reporter.
She was undercover and she was filming him, and he said all kinds of crap. By the way, have you seen the latest thing that he said?
I just saw that he got fired. What did he say?
Okay, well, we'll talk about
Okay.
it. But Buck claims to know this man.
Of course
I worked
he
with him.
does.
Buck knows him.
Is there the 7 degrees of Ryan Buckley are the damnedest things?
You know what it really is? At least in this case, the sports media world is really small.
How is it that when we ever ask you to get a hold of someone, you can get a hold of nobody? And yet when there's any sort of random story, you're like best friends with everybody.
Hey, I got Brett McMurphy the other day.
He did get me.
Let's get this guy on.
I don't know how much he's going to want to talk, but I can try.
Reach out to him. Let's see if he's got any other hot takes.
I think I follow him on Instagram. Let's see.
Could we
Hit him up on Tinder.
can we get him on
I
and then
believe it was
not tell him
Hinge
he's
where
on
he-
the radio? Can we secretly?
That's
have-
illegal.
Well, so that was the thing, is it was legal, I think, in Virginia where he got recorded. That was part of the deal. So that you can.
Yeah, but I don't think. Yeah, no, that's right.
It depends
But
on
so-
what state you're
But
in. Some-
Oregon
Right,
is
but
the
we
same as
can't,
Virginia.
So,
But
it is.
It is with the phone. I don't think you can have somebody on the air and not tell them. Although Jeff Austin will probably be. As a matter of fact, he's typing on his keyboard
Exactly, right
an email
now.
to us
Don't!
right now.
Yeah, it's
True story.
not being serious, but
Well,
do think
actually, we are.
I think it'd be kind of fun.
I think that Buck should pose as a hot
Ooh.
Yeah.
and try to get him on the show.
Yeah. What if I could get BTJ? Think he's into Asians? We can do a little accent thing there. Get him to spill more of his. Well, if he's dumb enough to do it once, chances are he's dumb enough to do it again. He's got nothing to lose anyways. He got fired.
We also will go football, and we have an audio D-bag.
Oh, okay.
See what I did there?
I did. I do. I did. I did it her. I do knew that.
I did it.
I was actually going back. So I have the NFL Premium where you can look at. They give you the all 22. They just do cut ups, and because sometimes at night if I'm bored, I'll just sit there and I'll flip through games. That I'm interested in. I was flipping through the Carolina Panthers because I didn't watch any of the Panthers game. Did you watch any of that? Obviously, the second game.
Who'd they play?
The
The Chargers?
Chargers. I don't know why. Why
No.
was I drawing a blank? Yeah,
No.
they were playing the Chargers.
Yeah, that's right.
And I'm here to tell you,
I know watch.
the Bryce Young stuff, dude, it's worse than you think. I was sitting there last night, I had nothing to do, and I was like, I'll pull that up real quick. So I just did the Panthers offense, and it's kind of cool because you can just break it up by whichever one you want. It's so bad. It's like it's bad, and then you watch it, and you're like, when you watch the all 22, you're like, oh my God, that's worse than I thought. It's like shockingly bad. It's just
All right.
yeah.
So are you saying that you're going to tell us how bad it is?
I just was one of those when you were talking about the NFL, just that like popped into my mind because that was like just one of those things. We were talking about yesterday getting benched. It was kind of one of the bigger stories. And I saw a lot of stuff today where people were like, it's not fair. And he got hung out to dry and people are trying to defend him. And so I don't know. I just went back and took a look at it and I was like, I didn't watch it. And I'm like, how bad could it be? Oh yeah. It's worse than you thought. Remember I was saying that in week 1, he did the jump pass to try to throw it over the defensive line.
Mm-hmm.
He did it 4 times in the Chargers game. 4.
Well, it worked for Tebow.
I've never once seen it. Never once. He did it 4 times against the Chargers.
That David Tepper knows what he's doing, benching that guy. Even he knows
so bad.
he needs to be benched.
Anyway, that was my NFL. I know that fits in nowhere, but it was at the top of my mind.
So we go football, and we got an audio D-bag. You'll hear from Dabo and Prime again. Tonight in the club, we got to talk about that show on Netflix that everybody's talking about.
Which one?
Well, the one with Nicole Kidman.
Oh yeah, I saw.
What's it called? The Perfect Couple? Is
The
it?
Perfect Couple.
Have you seen that?
It's the new White Lotus.
Buckley.
I have seen people talking about it. I haven't watched it.
All right. Well, we're going to talk about it.
Have you seen it?
Have
I
you
did.
watched it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I did watch it.
Yeah. It's the new White Lotus.
Yeah.
Which
Wow,
could
you're
be
not a
good.
fan.
Which could be good or bad because I like the White Lotus.
White
but-
Lotus is good. This is
but
an
it's-
unfunny, less interesting White Lotus. But
it
is
so why
very.
does everyone love it?
I don't know that they
Or
do.
why is it popular?
Two different questions. I don't know that they love it, and I'm not sure that it is popular.
Well, isn't it Netflix's #1 show?
Yes.
Hey, got me.
Yes, a lot of people are watching it, yes. And they're probably watching it because it's Nicole Kidman and Liv Schreiber. Leave?
I don't know.
How do you... It's L-I-E-V.
Right. I always thought it was
It's
Leave.
Liev Schreiber,
Is it Leave?
right?
Leave Schreiber?
Liev
Can you
Schreiber?
look that up for us?
Yeah, I can look it up. He's great. I like him.
Anyway, that'll be in the club. Right now, the hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food. Discover Victorico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victoricos.com.
This is Leave.
Leave Schreiber.
Leave Schreiber. Some people
Number 5.
Some people are putting a little emphasis like L-E-E and then E-V. Eve. But it's Leave. Leave Schreiber.
But it's spelled L-I-E-V.
Yes. And other people are saying just like Kiev, but with an L instead of the K.
Leave.
Yeah, this is
Leave.
Leave
Hey,
Schreiber.
leave.
He's a handsome devil. He's a good-looking older man. He got me in that show. I was like, how you doing?
Shohei Ohtani has stolen his 49th base. Dodgers lead the Marlins 6-0 in the 6th inning. He is 2 shy of 50 home runs and 1 shy of 50 steals. First ever 50-50 man.
Well, he's got the MVP locked up. Not even close. And now it's just a matter of does he make history?
The Milwaukee Brewers have won their division, the NL Central, for the 3rd time in 4 years.
Is that the first to clinch?
Yes.
I think it is,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. The Orioles are in a free fall. They're losing to the Giants 5-2 in the 6th.
Why are we talking about the Giants?
What is it with all this Giants talk? Is Logan Webb hungover?
I walked right into that.
You did. There's your fault.
Nobody cares about the
4.
Giants.
And the Mariners are watching those AL Central teams closely. Twins lead the Guardians 2-1 in the bottom of the 6th. And the Royals and Tigers are tied 1-1 in the 2nd.
Look, at this point, the Mariners have it's slim to none. Slim left the room already, so it's not looking good.
Oregon State announces a home-and-home with Wake Forest. The mighty Demon Deacons will be headed to Reser Stadium next season.
So Wake Forest just recently got pummeled by Ole Miss, and then the day after pulled out of next year's game. Lane Kiffin called them cowards, and then like a day later they signed an agreement to play Oregon State. So
Yeah.
all right,
I think it's better suited for both teams.
probably.
If I'm being honest.
Yeah, just neither one of you should probably be scheduling Ole Miss anytime soon. And if you're a B fan, you could do a lot worse than flying to Winston to go see a game in the fall.
Yeah, I believe it's Winston-Salem.
Winston-Salem, sorry.
And that will be in 2029.
Eh,
You'll be 50 by then.
I will be 50 by then. Yeah. And the Pac-12 will be, I don't know, it'll be Pac-12 again. It will actually be I guess they won't be 12. It'll be more like the Pac-9.
Justin Herbert did not practice today. He is resting that ankle. Jim Harbaugh says he does expect him out there on Sunday.
If not, Easton Stick is the guy.
I can't believe that guy's name's Easton Stick.
Yeah, someone asked him, who the backup was. He did confirm it was Easton Stick, and then he was like, yeah, Easton Stick's not playing. Like, Herbert's going to be out there.
Jordan Love has returned to Packers practice. They say he may play on Sunday
Is
already.
that a little bit of an upset?
Oh, gosh.
That is.
Yeah, they were talking like 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And, I mean, just visually, it didn't look good. We've
No.
seen knee injuries like that before, and it's been longer than a week.
And you would think with Green Bay, I mean, you got the split, you're 1-1. You would think maybe you'd give it some time, although to be fair, the Malik Willis thing, like that run game that they put together was really, really impressive, but it was all smoke and mirrors. You're not winning a lot of games with Malik Willis.
It's only going to work so many times.
I mean, they threw the ball like 12 times.
Also, the Panthers say they are not considering trading the benched quarterback Bryce Young.
Unless someone calls and offers anything for him, then they'll trade him. You could get him for a 5th round pick right now. You could probably get him for a 6th.
Number 2.
The ACC may stay together after all.
Yeah.
Reports that Florida State and Clemson are in preliminary talks to remain in that league. Now, there's a bit of a catch here. This is according to ESPN. The proposal would allot a greater share of revenue to schools based on brand valuation and TV ratings.
By the way, this is the exact thing that Florida State and Clemson brought up before all this started. And everyone said no. They agreed to an unequal share based on success and college football berths and NCAA tournaments and stuff, but they wouldn't agree to the brand valuation. And now that the lawsuits and everything's going on, now all of a sudden all the other teams are like, well, okay. Because the other teams know that if they leave, the whole league could collapse.
Yeah. They must think they might lose in court.
Yes.
You know? So they're also negotiating changing the expiration date of the league's grant of rights, which currently runs through 2036.
Yeah.
And in exchange for that, Clemson and Florida State would drop their lawsuits.
Yeah. So, I mean,
but they say no. They're not close to an agreement, but those conversations are happening.
Well, and it's a weird thing too because I mean we keep hearing the reports that the Big Ten and the SEC don't want either one of them, and then that leaves you with getting out to go to the Big 12. I mean, it's in everyone's best interest to keep that thing together. It's just a matter of can you come up with a number that makes sense.
And number one, we knew it was coming, but it became official today that Portland is getting a WNBA franchise.
That's right.
Once again.
Not this year, not next year, but 2026, the Portland Whatevers will go. And it's the same owners that bought the Portland Thorns. And I don't know about you, but I think that is a huge win for the city. And this is something that we will support 100%. And I'm pretty pumped about it.
They paid $125 million. They will also build a new practice facility. As you said, they will begin play in 2026, although they may have to play some games in the Coliseum while they renovate Moda. And they said that they will include fans in deciding on a team name and team colors.
Yes, which, get ready for Bodie McBoatface. I don't know. They'll do a good job with it. I mean, it seems for the most part now when people are picking team names, very rarely do you screw it up. Outside of the Washington Commanders, most of these have gone pretty well. So I have high hopes for this. And again, this is something that they will support in the city very, very well. You look at, the Thorns are one of the most, if not the most successful team in women's soccer. So I don't know why the WNBA would be any different.
The Hot 5 at 5 is brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food. Discover Victor Rico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or delivered straight to your door at victorricos.com. Up next, we go footballing with an audio D-bag on the Fan.
Oregon Ducks football.
A thing. If sports gear, elevated sports gear were a thing, it would have already somebody would have already done it.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense.
No, there's no
Nobody
clamoring.
wants that.
There's no clamoring for that.
No.
You got a wedding, but you want to show off your cowboy passion?
Right. You know what most of us men do? We put away our sports gear for a wedding.
Or funerals.
This is my formal Cowboys attire.
Right. Because I cannot be seen without Cowboys attire.
No.
Yeah, check out my Dallas Cowboys branded bolo tie.
Someone asking, is Fanatics run by Temu? Yes, I think it's the same company. I really do. Ordering something from Temu, Wish, or Fanatics, it's all the same thing. And you're just wishing you get something that doesn't suck, but you won't. All right, continue.
Well, we've got some college football audio here for you. Would you like to hear the Marshall head coach?
Why do we need to hear the Marshall head coach?
Well, it's kind of funny.
Okay.
He's getting ready to play Ohio State.
So they're going to lose by 50 points.
Would love to have some of those guys from Ohio State too. So if they want to transfer on down, we've got a Tudor's Biscuit NIL, all you can eat. So if any of those guys that run really, really fast at Ohio State like Tudor's Biscuits, I promise you, all you can eat all day if you transfer here. So, but yeah.
Pretty good deal.
Yeah. I'm not familiar with Tudor's Biscuit World, but I'm going to have to go take a look.
I mean, seriously, all you can eat all day.
Hey, it says right here, start your day off the homemade way. Okay.
Wouldn't it be great if they get, like, the offensive lineman is like, dude, I love Tudor's.
There's some third stringer that's like, I
I'm
don't
going
really
to
like
Marshall.
Columbus that much anyways.
I'm going there.
You've been yearning for that West Virginia biscuit. Isn't Marshall West Virginia?
I think that's accurate.
I think so. Hey, I'm looking at it, and it does seem like an elevated Denny's at Tudor's.
Elevated Denny's.
I
Maybe
can
you
get on board with that.
Maybe you could wear your Jesse Palmer elevated sports gear.
Yeah. Doesn't that look like an elevated Denny's?
A little bit.
Yeah. It's got the same kind of generic, crappy look of Denny's, but slightly better. But they got those biscuits.
It's like Cracker Barrel vibes.
Yeah, I could see that, but I feel like Cracker Barrel is a little bit nicer. I think it's somewhere between a Denny's and a Cracker Barrel that we're getting the Tudor's biscuit.
So if I
biscuit
were
world.
to tell you that this next piece of audio is Dabo Swinney, what would you think it's about?
Either telling fans that they are stupid or something about God.
God, that's a good guess about God, but no.
Jesus will be in there somewhere.
He has found YouTube TV.
Oh boy, he's just now figured this out.
Yes.
All right.
Man, I'm gonna tell you, I am a big YouTube TV guy now. All right, I finally figured out how to get that freaking app on my phone. It's like a act of Congress. I mean, you got to have like birth certificates and all kind of stuff to get some of these things. I mean, like I don't know all these codes from, who's your provider. I mean, it's some crazy stuff on there. But anyway, I got the YouTube TV, and man, it was awesome. I had my phone going. I had my iPad going with 4-screen, and I had the TV going. I would imagine some of y'all probably did the same thing, because that's what you do for a living, right? Like, y'all gotta know what the heck's going on. And I mean, we had a lot of teams playing that we're gonna play, and so that's really what I did all day. I just watched ball all day, and it was awesome, and just fun to watch. Saw some good stuff, saw some bad stuff, and just enjoyed it.
How about that?
Is he just a celebrity bumpkin? Like he just seems like just like, how far behind the times are you?
So
clearly very far.
So I just want to clarify.
Crazy questions like what kind of provider I got.
You ever have that guy that's like, we were talking about the guy that like goes to Vegas and he goes, Vegas isn't ready for us. And it's like him and his 3 buddies in their elevated embroidered work shirt, and they're like, just not ready.
They're wondering which table or which casinos have the $10 minimums.
Yeah, they're not ready. Like that guy, like how far up your ass is your head? Like that guy's version of crazy. So Dabo's version of crazy is downloading an app and then wait for it, logging in.
It was tough.
And Dabo, a football guy, just realized he could watch multiple games at one time.
That if I'm a Clemson fan, that kind of scares me. I'm like, wait a minute, you're only just now figuring out you can sit down and watch a bunch of games that you might want to be watching?
Yeah.
He's like, well, y'all probably already know about this.
This is what you do, right? You watch. Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I got to tell you that. And look, I know that sometimes we sound like the old Dabo guy from time to time. You're always going to, as you get older, you just cannot avoid that. I try not to, I mean, I try to, especially with my kids, you know, I just try to just be up on things enough to participate and not sound like that guy. But you're inevitably going to sound like that guy about things, right? It's going to happen.
Yeah.
I can tell you definitively, I made the switch when I turned on DirecTV Stream. That's the streaming service we used to use. When I turned that on and realized that they're fighting with ESPN and I can't get ESPN, I'm like, dude, I'm over this crap. I'm out. I'm canceling them. It took me, Jason, I am not kidding. It took me maybe 2 minutes tops to switch to YouTube TV and have the game on ESPN.
But Rob, all the crazy things that you have to jump through.
2 minutes, and I can assure you it was not an act of Congress. I can assure you they did not need my birth certificate. There was a code, and yes, you do log in through your provider.
I think some of these people have other people who do all these things for them in their lives, so when they do hit one of these obstacles, it's totally paralyzing.
This is like in The Simpsons where Mr. Burns, Smithers goes on vacation and Mr. Burns has to use the telephone.
Yes, very similar.
That's where the ahoy comes from, by the way. That episode where Mr. Burns for the first time has to use his telephone machine. He has to answer it, ahoy, ahoy.
Ahoy!
That's Dabo. It's crazy, dadgum, man.
Hey,
I got 4 games. I got a game on my phone. I got a game on my. I just sat because it was a bye week for Clemson. They didn't play,
Yeah.
so he just sat around. He just watched ball.
And the coolest
He
thing
just watched
about
ball.
the coolest thing about YouTube TV is, I don't think DirecTV Stream allowed this. I never. If they had it, I didn't see it. Where you can do the split screen thing. They offer 4 games in 4 different. Split it 4 ways.
But, like.
It's pretty cool.
But he has to. He's at Clemson, so like they have the catapult service. This is like that's where they watch film. I'm telling you, that is some of the most complex stuff you'll ever see. Like you can literally in an instant bring up any sort of cut up you want from any game from your team or your opponent, and yet he's blown away by YouTube TV on his phone. Wow.
He finally figured out how to get that app out of the App Store. Why is that so hard for old people? That's unbelievable, too. Well, I just don't know how to get Go to the App Store and type it in. No. It's not hard.
I do remember years ago, it's probably like 3-4 years ago, that for I would say for Father's Day or for Christmas, I got my dad a sound bar.
God dang, what do you think?
For his TV, because he got his first ever flat screen TV. But the sound, sometimes those, especially the cheap ones, they have like no speakers in them. It's like the worst thing. So my dad would have to turn it all the way up just to hear it. So I thought to myself, well, I'll just get you a sound bar, and then you can actually hear on your new fancy, like Sonoy flat screen TV. His TV was so janky that it didn't have capabilities with the sound bar. So I was like, all right, well, what if I just got you a nice Bluetooth speaker, and then you could listen to your music. You really like music. And that's when I realized that my dad still used CDs. And then I was like, what if I got you a Spotify account to go with it? And I had to spend probably an hour and a half explaining to my father and my stepmother Spotify. And it was one of the more eye-opening experiences of my life. And it's adorable. You can't even fault anyone. The best part is my stepmom kept going down into the basement to bring up CDs to ask me if those were on Spotify as well. I'm like, you don't have to get me the CDs. I'm like, you just tell me the name of the CD and you type it right into
I'll just search it. It'll tell me yes or no.
Type it right into that little bar there. And then she would read through. She's like, what about track 6? Yeah, it's whole thing's right here. Look, it's the whole album.
It really is amazing. Like somebody says on the Vancouver Ford text line, Dabo's probably driving around looking for the App Store.
At the local strip mall.
I have a similar story, and it really is, it's baffling. Yeah. It really is. So my lovely father-in-law lives with us now. Yes. He lives down in the ADU.
I'm excited about that.
We go to Bi-Mart every Tuesday.
I find that to be the most wholesome thing you've ever done. You take your elderly father-in-law to the Bi-Mart.
Yeah, it's super cute. And we didn't win anything again this week because every Tuesday you do drawing for free stuff. Yeah. And he was disappointed in that.
And I'm sure the day he wins that will be the greatest day of his life.
Oh, yeah. And he did buy us a trail mix. No. He bought 3 trail mixes, and we got one of them.
That's nice. This is a nice little
thank you.
It's a
nice little thank you.
To the Bi-Mart.
So when we built that ADU with him in mind, we put a nice flat screen TV in there, and an Apple TV,
Sure.
and it had everything.
Yeah.
Netflix, Hulu,
whole deal.
Apple TV, DirecTV Stream with all the channels.
Yeah.
You could get anything that he wanted to watch. He's a big history buff. He loves to watch all the old war stuff.
Sure.
It's all on there, dude. Every bit of it. That is now gone. And do you know what is in there?
Rabbit ears?
Rabbit ears.
Got rid of it all.
And I set it up for him the other day. He bought it at Bimart.
I just want to watch the local news.
Yeah, he got it at Bimart. He's like, I think this will be better. And it was like $40. And I'll tell you, those things are great. You know, those things work.
Yeah, you get a handful of the local channels.
Yeah,
right?
and you scan through, and your TV finds all the channels. He gets 51 channels, and they're all terrible. Like, there's nothing good on any of them. But he is in heaven. He's in heaven.
And every program that you could ever conceivably want, except for those 51.
Yeah, you think about the treasure trove of history stuff he's just missing out
That's
on because
right.
he's like, but he's blissfully
You
unaware.
could have told him just go to YouTube and literally type in any point of history, and there'll be a documentary on YouTube about it.
You lost him at go to. Okay, channel up, channel down, volume up, volume down, power. That is it. And then he said, hey, I need you to get the ladder out because I need you to go up and get, he's got some storage up top. And he's like, I need you to get some Yellowstone DVDs out of there for me. I'm like, we had all that on your TV.
The DVD.
He wants to get the DVDs down.
The Yellowstone DVD. You know what? It hits better when it comes from that DVD.
It's just, and it really is fascinating. It's baffling, but it's just cute.
It is.
It's just cute.
That's
It's
great.
like, all right, I got you.
And yet, I guarantee people in charge of Clemson right now are just looking down and be like, "Really? This is
YouTube TV.
Cooter here is in charge of our program."
By the way, I can review YouTube TV versus DirecTV Stream, and I can tell you YouTube TV infinitely better.
Okay,
it's way better.
Yeah.
If you're into that streaming sort of thing, it's way better.
Or just buy the Universal box online from China. Just saying.
All right, so Coach Prime is now, this guy. I almost don't even want to play this because he's just making things up again.
Yeah.
He has grievances. He's like Trump. He's got
there's a problem.
He just
with
makes things up
and
that
it's
are
never his fault.
No,
they're eating the dogs.
They're eating the cats, the pets.
They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
Did you see the Springfield guy that went on the rant about how someone stole his dog or his cat and ate it, and then it turned out it was in his basement? He had to come on and issue an apology. He was like, "Sorry, everybody." At least he issued the apology. He was like, "It's my bad." I guess he's got some Haitian neighbors that he accused, and then he's like, "Turns out the cat was just hiding in my basement."
I don't know who wronged Coach Prime or Donald Trump or whom. These people like this are fascinating because they just cannot stop complaining about things.
No.
It's just the world's out to get everybody and them, and it's all someone else's fault. It's unbelievable. So, do you want to hear who Coach Prime is blaming now?
Absolutely.
You do?
I do.
Next.
I love it.
Here's Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports
Well, in Coach Prime's world, there's got to be an explanation for people criticizing his players. It could not be their play.
No, not at all.
Or their behavior.
See, their ratings too are down like 65% from where they were a year ago.
No one cares. I mean, Shador's kind of fun to watch.
Sure.
And so is Hunter.
Yeah.
I mean, they really are. Those
But
two guys are fun to watch.
They're not a good team, and just it's 65%. I mean, the nation is basically telling you that they don't care.
The nation.
Yeah.
So here is Prime's latest rant. He has to lecture us on everything, right?
Yes.
And why we're terrible,
Mm-hmm.
and why things are going down. So here's his latest one. This is only about a minute, but he says this is why people are now critical of players.
Once upon a time, you guys never attacked college players. Now they're making more money than y'all. And some of y'all are envious and jealous about that. So you're on the attack. It was hands off for college player because he's an amateur. Remember that, guys? Now it's hands on. Go at them any kind of way you want. They're making more money than me, and I'm mad about it. I'm upset about it. And when you attack them, these guys are sensitive. They've never been attacked. Some are out of high school or 2 years or 3 years in college, but they're still sensitive to slander. They hadn't gone through what a grown man, what I've been going through with y'all for years. They haven't done that. So it is what it is. I know you're going to do your job and what you must do, but your job does not say attack. Like, if they didn't play well, leave it at that. But the personal stuff, leave it to be personal, because if we start flipping the script on y'all, you won't like it. I get easy. Thank you, Lord, for stopping me there. Woo, that was almost a good one. That would have went viral.
Yeah, so he said right at the end, he said that would have went viral. He stopped himself. It sounds like he was going to say, I could easily say something about a media member or something like that, but he stopped. The Lord stopped him. So.
Yes, the Lord.
So yeah, I don't know about you, but I have not, and we're in the media biz, and maybe the listeners will shout us down for this, but I have not noticed one change in how people talk about college athletes.
No.
Not one.
No.
With the addition of NIL.
But now we're jealous.
Yeah.
We're jealous? Okay. That's
all these reporters who are having just the time of their lives covering Dion just resent all those players.
Here he is, having the time of his life.
The only thing I'll say is I have always been more careful about criticizing college players than I have NFL players. In fact, like when we're talking about the Oregon O-line.
Yeah, I heard that from you a lot last week.
I don't like it. Like there was the Pickard, the local kid. He was not good. I thought he was the main issue with the offensive line. And even now saying that makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Because it's a college kid and, you're trying your best. You're out there on scholarship. And I've always thought that you should be not less critical of their play, but less critical of an individual. Hey, you specifically, not very good. But I do think in today's world, when everyone at Oregon is getting paid, there is a universal income at Oregon. There's not a scholarship player at Oregon that's not getting paid. Now, they're not all getting millions of dollars, but almost every big time school now is paying kids. And to some extent, you are no longer an amateur. I mean, that's what it is. And so while I still kind of tread a fine line between calling out a 19 or 20-year-old kid who's not going to be an NFL player, I do think that when you are getting paid, I think some of the kid gloves come off a little bit. But I'm sure he's talking about his kid. Well, no one's being critical of your kid because he makes a lot of money. You're being critical of your kid because your kid's an ass. I don't care whether Shedeur Sanders is making $1 or making $5 million. The dude's an ass.
And by the way, there are plenty of people talking about how high Shedeur Sanders' draft stock is and how he's a top 5 pick and things like that. But he's not talking about that. He's only upset that people are calling out his kid for being a jerk.
When your kid is flashing a $500,000 watch, when that's his celebration, when your kid is promoting his rap song, when that is kind of the basis, when you talk about you're bringing your Louis luggage and you're telling your team don't touch Travis Hunter, don't touch Shedeur because they're NFL guys, like you're setting that standard, and then you're going to be critical of someone for reporting on the behavior of your son. Again, Dion is one of those guys, and it's the Bobby Knights of the world. A lot, and look, it's prevalent in coaching culture. You demand respect and accountability from everybody but yourself, and that's the part that drives me the most nuts. So, Dion, who I was a fan of last year, I thought he was great for the sport. I thought he was great for Colorado. I don't know. I'm over.
Well, he's good.
I'm over him.
Prime's good when he's the toast of the town.
Yes.
But we even said this last year. I do remember we were huffing and puffing about him. We liked it.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, let's see what happens when when people are critical and when they lose.
Yeah.
Well, we're finding that out.
Yes.
And it's clear that Coach Prime's plight is just so rough, and he acts like the world is against him unfairly.
Yeah.
Even though it's not, and he's powering through against all odds. It just must be so tough. I mean,
Well, and
it's
no
just-
one wants us to see them
Dude,
succeed.
It is
you know?
such an eye roll, guys like him, and they're impossible, right? Like they're absolutely impossible. They have a whole other truth in their head that is so far from reality that you just can't get them back.
No.
I didn't know he was like this. Like I'm really surprised by him specifically being like this. Like somebody said, Dion equating the jealousy to money tells you everything about him and how he thinks, and that's 100% true.
Yeah. Again, it's one thing if someone is being critical just to be critical. Like right now, some of the people covering Caitlin Clark, you just have an axe to grind. 100%. Like the Cheryl Swoops thing.
It's been that way all year.
You just don't like Caitlin Clark.
White.
You don't like her, and you have an axe to grind. And that's and so that's one thing. Being critical of someone for poor behavior, being critical of someone for poor play. Again, it's the Deion Sanders thing that if you aren't 100% buying into what he's selling and kissing his ass and it's the whole, do you believe now? No. It's fair for someone to be like, we don't think you're very good. That's not jealousy.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
And yes, Mike Gundy, by the one, is the one that started that. That whole rant was about a newspaper being critical of his quarterback.
That's right.
Yeah.
Jenny Carlson, she went to KU. She was the reporter.
Yeah.
And I do think the other thing too is he's conflating who he's talking to. He's talking to the daily reporters at his little media press conference.
Yeah.
These are journalists.
Yes.
Right? I think he's getting mixed up. Like Shannon Sharp saying something on his podcast is very different than the writer for the Boulder paper.
Yes.
Because Shannon Sharp's in the Colin Cowherd
He's in the hot take business.
Right? It's like that's a totally different set of people than the people that are just trying to cover your team.
Yeah.
It's just he's embarrassing.
Yeah.
He really is.
He is he's jumped the shark for me. He's Fonzarelli that thing 1,000 times over.
I can't stand him.
It's a bum. Yeah, it's a bummer because I liked it. I was on board the Deion train and I have completely jumped off.
I read through that bull junk
He's
you
a
wrote.
freaking lunatic. But I'm guessing that's part of what maybe made him successful.
Well, and sometimes, I mean, you brought up even like the Trump thing. Sometimes the lunatic is just he's a hurricane that blows through, and it's enough, right? It's a kind of a cult of personality thing, right? Where you become such a force of nature that you kind of destroy everything in your path, but at the same time, some people love it, right? And they can't get enough of it because you're unique and you're individual and all that. I just feel like, just in general, from a player standpoint, from the world of college football, from a recruiting standpoint, he had so much juice. And are there people clamoring to be a part of that program? I mean,
Colorado, you're talking about?
Yeah. I mean, are there kids lining up and wanting this?
For about
think-
3 weeks last year, there were.
I feel like
That's about it.
everyone thinks he's out of there.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Yeah.
After Shador leaves.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I've started to wonder if this is nothing more than an elaborate promo for his kid. Like the whole thing.
Exactly.
And Hunter hasn't caught as much flack for it, but unfortunately, whether it's fair or not, Shador's getting caught up in this. And he's still going to be a top pick, but boy, I'll tell you what, Shador's not doing anything to make himself any fans, from NFL execs to just general fans. He's getting caught up in this, and it's a little bit like the Lamar, Mellow Ball, all those guys. Whether it's fair or not, I just think that's going to leave a mark on him. That's I'm not certain it's good for his career.
All right, there's your audio D-bag right there on 1080 The Fan. Coming up next, a primetime follow-up with Ryan Buckley.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
The key is growth, right? We're not the best version of us yet, and we won't be the best version of us
All right, one last thing here, because Buck is leaving us tomorrow and Friday. He is going out to Sun River for his big stay and play, where his bros and he get all wasted and play golf and ignore their families.
It's about the upshot of it, yeah.
Which is great, and we all do that once a year, don't we? Don't most guys do that once a year?
Yeah.
Not me.
With their buddies?
No.
You do that like 6 times a year.
You just said once a year. I'm like, no. What are you talking about? I hate ignoring my family.
Well, the follow-up is that Buck claims to know this Washington Commanders guy.
Yeah.
This VP who's since been fired, who got caught with the undercover reporter, the hot that he met on Tinder, and he was talking all kinds of ass. He was calling Jerry Jones racist. And
He said that that NFL fans are high school educated alcoholics. Remember
yeah,
that one? I mean, that
there's some
was-
other stuff in there.
There's
You know,
a bunch in there.
So how do you know this guy?
So we worked together in San Francisco at NBC Sports Bay Area. So when that whole place launched, I was working in TV production, but he was working for the website. He was working for NBCSportsBayArea.com. He was basically a digital scribe. He would go to press conferences, events. He would post articles on the website, and then got into video content and stuff like that. So he was he was like our top content guy. But I worked in a newsroom with him for 3 or 4 years.
And share a lot of the same views from what I hear.
I mean,
yeah. What can you tell us about him?
About him?
Well,
No, I was
yes.
talking about your ugly views.
Well, my ugly views. Well, I think there are some things that he said about the NFL that other people just can't say out loud that they all believe is true, and I
Like
think there's
what?
a lot of that.
Like what?
Well,
Wrong.
Well, that like what did he say? I'm trying to remember the context or what he said specifically, but they don't actually care about these initiatives that they're doing. It's all just a publicity stunt.
Yeah.
I 100% believe that about the NFL.
He did say
Whether it's
that.
the breast cancer stuff or the salute to service stuff, like they're all just polishing their image and don't really care that much about it. I think that's true.
His name's Real Enteen.
Rael, yeah.
Rael,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Good dude.
Really nice guy. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're about the same age. He grew up in the Bay Area too, so he's a big Giants fan. But yeah, I mean, normal guy, really hard worker. After he got out of, I think he worked for the Jets for a number of years, but he started his own like content and media consulting firm that did really well, and then he parlayed that into this job with the Commanders, and then rose there from whatever content job he had to their VP of content. So got like got an executive title there, did most of that just all on his own, and is a pretty smart guy, but essentially got caught with his pants down.
Done in by the hots.
I'd be so ticked at her. I mean, this whole
totally.
like, and I guess because of this,
He got hosed.
because of the rules in Virginia or wherever these took place. Like maybe he doesn't have any recourse, but I mean, to get, I guess, duped like that into just saying how you really feel about an entity you can't really say those things about, that sucks.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he said Jerry Jones was a racist, and Goodell's a $50 million puppet. He said that 50% of our roster is white religious, and God says F the gays. Their interpretation, I don't buy any of that. Said another big chunk is low-income African Americans that comes from a community that is inherently very homophobic. I mean, he's making a lot of broad, sweeping statements.
He is, but I'm sure he's heard some stuff in the locker rooms.
Yeah, and he says some of the players are dumb as hell and might be susceptible to conspiracy theories. They get their heads knocked around a few times. Yeah, I mean, look, dude, whether you believe that, you think it's true or not.
All stuff you can't say.
Yeah, those are the things you can't
Have
say
you
out
heard the
loud.
latest thing that came out that and this has been out there, but he also said it when she was filming him. He was talking about the Sean Payton Vicodin story. Do you know about that?
Was that the deal where they're saying that Bountygate was a cover up
Yes.
for them? Yeah,
Yes.
they punished him for Bountygate because they caught him stealing meds from the doctors or something like that.
Yeah, there is and I don't have any idea if there's any truth to this at all. Okay, but it has been out there that Bountygate was a cover up for Sean Payton getting caught stealing Vicodin from the team.
Oh,
from the doctors.
Okay,
and there have been rumors about Payton and
Yes.
both alcohol and pills for a while. I mean,
Yes.
they're just rumors, but they've been out there for a while.
So they have a drug locker, and there was a lawsuit. Some of this stuff,
Yeah.
some of it comes. You get lawsuits, and this stuff comes out.
Yeah, a number of years ago, I think it was the Chargers and like the Steelers, their team docs got in trouble. And because back when I played, and this was true in college and it was true in the NFL, after games, they would just wander up and down the aisles of the bus and the airplane, and you just got handfuls of pills. And there was no was no prescriptions. There was no accounting of who got what, and that was a big no-no. So then they cracked down on that, and now you actually have to keep track of all that and who gets what. Who was it? The Angels team doctor that got in trouble. You can't be handing out narcotics to people.
So anyway,
that's where that there. But there is an on-site pharmacy for most teams.
Yeah, and he was the security guy got thrown under the bus for it, and so he later filed a lawsuit claiming that Peyton stole a bunch of drugs out of the locker.
Yeah.
So that's where. So there is something out there about it. I don't know what ended up happening with the lawsuit. I have no idea. But this VP guy, your boy Rael, was talking about that too.
Yeah. So.
And I got to tell you, Sean Payton's eyes. You look at those big old bags under those eyes.
I mean,
little Vicodin-y.
Yeah, I don't like throwing any sort of wild speculation out there about those things, but
I don't mind.
Well, when rumors get started like that, they're very dangerous because it's like the stupid dog story, right? Like all it takes is one moron on Facebook to say something, enough people pick it up, and next thing you know, I mean, think about how many
eating the dogs.
Everything from Russell Wilson, right, and the Golden Tate to Cordell Stewart, being gay. Like there's a million of these stories out there, and whether they have any truth to them or not, LeBron James and was it Delonte West and his mom, I'm gay. Like there's a million of these things out there, and everyone's like, well, I don't know if they're true, but there's stuff out there. But when you got a guy spilling spilling the beans about all these things, and then he throws that out there, that's just going to add more fuel to the fire.
All right, we got to move on to the club. We are done sportsing. Didn't get a lot of info there from Buckley about Rael.
Well,
I just hoping that you could
that I would have like something
break some news.
Salty or I don't know, like what would I have?
Someone asked, by the way, on the Vancouver Ford text line, would a head coach have to steal? If a doctor was doing what he was supposed to be doing and cared about his license, yes. You can't.
He's not just going to hand him Vicodin.
You can't just go in there and hand out Vicodin. It used to be that you wouldn't have to, but from my understanding now, at least they're supposed to be a lot more tight about it.
This is like the Matthew Perry, Michael Jackson thing. Like the celebrities, this is a whole thing that celebrities, these doctors, no matter how famous Matthew Perry or Michael Jackson is, and how much they want from you, you cannot give that to. You're the doctor.
Yeah,
you can't just give them what they ask for.
So this would.
That's why those doctors all just got arrested.
Yeah, so you'd have to. I mean, and who knows? The doctor in New Orleans, how strict is he? I couldn't tell you. Remember when the Oklahoma kid a number of years ago? There had a linebacker that died. I think he died with like 7 opioid prescriptions in his name. So I mean. Look, that's the sad part is that when you're in the NFL, it's not hard to get drugs, and everyone is taking something. Whether for the head coach to be stealing it, the head coach needing an excuse to have Vicodin, yeah, I'm guessing he can't just walk in there like a player and get it. But again, you just be wildly speculating on how any of that stuff goes. But in most offices now, in team doctors and in colleges, you have a pharmacy in your facility, and the pills are right there. I'm guessing it may not be that hard if you've got the keys to walk in and take some.
All right, we talk about the perfect couple next in the Club on the Fan. Oh, hey, what's up? It's your window daddy. Going to stick around for the Nate. Our drops.
Yeah.
What would we do without them?
I don't know.
You know?
Well, we didn't have them for a while there.
I know.
Yeah, we went like, I don't know, it was like 7 or 8 months we didn't have them.
Great ass!
Yeah, I don't know.
And we
What
made
was
the-
that
You
like?
got your head
I don't know.
all the way up it.
I try not to even think about it, you know. It's like we're in the midst of a bad breakup, and then like we didn't know what to do with ourselves. And we got a drinking problem, and
Those were dark times.
we tried to fill it with like with weed and booze and whores, and it just didn't work.
What was that deal? Like Crazy Eyes McGinley said forever it was like impossible or going to be really hard, and then one day like Joey just walked in and was like, here's how you do it.
That's right.
That is what happened. The Crazy Eyes McGinley had 2 feet out the door, and yeah, Joey came in and was like, yeah, we can just do that tomorrow.
He jacked a granny.
He jacked a granny today.
Wow.
Actually, I don't know that it was Joey. Not to give him too much credit. It was the other guy who left.
Oh, was it Adam?
It was Adam.
Was it Adam?
Yeah. Yeah, because once McGinley left, these are engineers, behind the scenes guys. I love Joey. I want to snuggle with Joey. Once McGinley left, Crazy Eyes moved to Alabama or some crap.
Mm-hmm.
Adam took over, and I instantly asked him. He's like, "Oh yeah, no problem. Here you go."
Yeah, right there. Yeah, it literally was done like in 24 hours, and we were all like, "Are you kidding me right now?"
Are you kidding me?
And then here we are.
Boys ass!
And it's like it feels so good, and we'll never break up again, right? We learned our lesson.
Well, I really enjoy the show.
The other thing that
Thank
I
you.
love
Bye.
about our show is we've been on. Can I tell you how great our show is?
Please.
No, here's the other thing I love
Hold on,
about
I
our
got
show.
a question for you.
Yeah.
I got a question.
Yes.
Hey, Isaac Ropp,
Yes.
you've been doing this wonderful show for 20
Yes.
years. How
Yes.
do you manage to be so fantastic?
You know, that's a great question, Jason. I'm glad you asked that. One of the things is our great producers, and every new producer brings with him a new set of drops.
Yeah.
Like the Mike Lynch drops, those archetypes were very different than what Buckley's bringing to the table.
It's like a new offensive coordinator.
Yes.
Like, right? There's
We're
new
running a new
wrinkles to
offense.
this offense,
and
left
I love
and right.
it. I just love it.
Yeah, the goal is for you two to still be productive as an offense, but now it looks a little bit different.
Yeah.
Different motions, different sets.
Yep.
And I dig it. And it keeps us
That's right.
keeps us fresh.
Hop on this job, because Lord knows we aren't.
Keeps us moving. Sounds like really 20 years. Like,
Yeah, he keeps. It's actually not been 20 years. It's been 17. Well, you know, next week is our anniversary.
yeah, it's
You know that, right?
It's our your real wedding anniversary and
Yes.
then your real anniversary.
Yeah,
It
the
is.
25th of September, I married my wife, and the 25th of September, I signed on the dotted line with my other wife, my work wife.
That's right.
Jason Skukenik.
Mm-hmm.
And
Both
which is-
beautiful creatures.
which is crazy. Yes, you are, both of you, and I love you both dearly, even 20 years later or whatever
Yeah.
it is. So that was 2005, right? So we're coming up on 19th year. We'll be rolling into our 19th year.
I thought we're rolling into our 20th after this, right?
Well, next
Next,
September, right?
aren't we? We're getting ready to cross the 19th year threshold, are we not?
We're about to
that,
do window math again.
that would be into our 20th year, correct?
Well, it's 2024, and we signed in 2005.
Yeah. So next year when we hit 2025, that'll be 20 years.
Yes.
Right. So
yes.
we
We're
are-
rolling into our 19th year, beginning next week.
No. Oh.
Right?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. We will start our 20th
We'll start
year
our 20th, yes.
next year.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's not get ahead of ourselves, okay?
Hey, we could get fired any day.
Okay, Jackwad.
Yeah. I mean, Lord knows.
Come on.
You freaking bitch. What was I going to tell you? Oh, he's going to go get him one of those Milwaukee butter hogs.
That one got me. I remember that one. That one absolutely got me.
I was going to tell you about the new top show on Netflix.
Oh yeah, which I've seen. And
It's called The Perfect Couple.
Allow me to give it 2 thumbs. Meh.
Yeah, it's not very good.
No.
But I want to talk about it because, you know, these streaming services have a way of getting us to watch things, and they're pretty good at it.
Sure.
And that one...
And a lot of times it's just by putting it at
Exactly.
number 1 or 2.
If it's number 1... Look, this is what I want to talk about. If it's number 1... When you go to Netflix and you scroll, and I always go straight to the top 10. Like, what's everybody watching? Because that's kind of like what's trending.
Sure.
Whatever's number 1, I assume it's good. And that is a terrible assumption.
Yeah, that you should not be
See,
doing that.
I don't make that assumption because people are morons. So, but what I will do is that if I see it I usually take a look at 1, 2, and 3. Right, the little cue that they did. Whoever came up with that, it's the smartest idea Netflix
It was
ever
genius.
did. They just put it up there. And what usually happens is one of two things. Either I'll be like this, oh, people are talking about this. And that's what happened with this one. The BTJ was like, oh, everyone keeps talking about this show. And then that's where I do the ignorant thing where I'm like, well, it's in the top 3 and everybody, which means like 4 people.
Yeah.
They're
Exactly.
like, oh, have you seen this show? And then you click on it. But what I like to do is I usually do a scan through, and whichever one is the most interesting to me off the little preview,
100%.
then I will go there.
I agree with that. I did that chimp one was number 1 for a while.
Yeah.
And I started that sucked. I'm
really?
not interested
See,
in that.
I've been watching the chimp
I
one.
think that one's stupid, and those people are crazy. But so I turned that one off. But Perfect Couple I got through, and we are going to talk about it.
Yeah, let's go.
Next.
All right.
The home of dirt.
Good murder mystery. The reason I thought of that and not this one, this one's called The Perfect Couple with Nicole Kidman.
The same thing.
And Liev Schreiber.
Murder mystery.
Yeah, they're both murder mysteries. This one is not very good, but at the very least, it has a murder mystery which keeps you watching.
Sure. I will say that...
And we will not spoil who...
No, but I will say I thought both shows, even though one way better than the other, I thought they both did a good job of not being easy giveaways.
Yeah, I mean, they throw you off the scent, and they make it so that every character could have done it. This one was a little bit more clunky, though. Like the Perfect Couple is based off of a book, apparently, but I guess they changed the ending. So even if you read the book, you wouldn't know who did it. Presumed Innocent is a book, and if you read the book, you know who did it.
Yeah.
But anyway, Merritt is a hot, played by Megan Fahey, and she was in White Lotus.
Can I say too
season
that
2.
One of my biggest rubs is this, and I don't like when movies do this.
They kill off the hots?
No. So they made it so everyone in the show was obsessed with her. She wasn't that hot. In order, the richest family, like one of the richest families on the Eastern Seaboard, is all obsessed with just some normal towny girl. Am I asking too much to make her hotter? I didn't like it. You tell me.
I thought she looked great.
I almost feel like that's a Hollywood trope, though. Like they do that. It's like she just had that it factor, and nobody could put their finger on it. Like it doesn't mean it makes sense, but I feel like we've seen this.
That was my first rub. That was my initial thought. Was like really?
I mean, she was pretty hot.
Don't get me wrong. She's hot. But, was she obsessed over an entire rich family? Like, the Kennedys are obsessed over her? I could have used someone hotter. I say that was my first rub. That was my first rub.
She gets killed. You know what my first rub is? That angry a-hole brother who looks like...
yeah, I know you're talking about.
Who looks like... Who's the funny weed smoking guy? Seth...
Seth Rogen?
He looks like Seth Rogen.
Sure.
That was the worst character I have seen on TV in years. Nobody acts like that.
I don't know.
That was so over the top and stupid. He's like look, I get it, rich people are a-holes.
Yeah.
And that's what White Lotus plays on, is they play off of rich people being awful. And that's what this is. They're all awful.
Yeah.
But my God, that character was over the top.
I thought the whole thing was over the top. It was like...
It's stupid.
It's like every rich person stereotype.
Yes.
The whole thing.
And Nicole Kidman's face...
Yeah, well...
I had to go to Google...
Yeah. To see what she used to look like?
Well, yes. It's actually pretty jarring. If you go back and look what she used to look like...
Yeah.
If you see the side-by-side, like, she looks completely different. There are so many people saying how great she looks now. I don't see it. I think her plastic surgery she's a tough watch. She's a great actress.
Yeah.
But dude, I don't know what you think.
Well,
it's hard to look at her.
Just because her face can't move. It's just.
And I'm not sure. Is she a great actress?
I think she is.
She plays like intense and like concerned, but like I don't know. I feel like she kind of plays the same thing in a lot of stuff.
She does kind of play the same thing in a lot of stuff. I think she's good. Yeah.
I think she's good at doing that.
And Liev is good in this.
He was the only thing about it that I liked.
And the daughter, who was getting married. Do you know who that is?
I do not.
Her name. She plays a character named Amelia in the show.
Mm-hmm.
That is Bono's daughter.
Get right the hell out of town.
Of
I'm
you
sure
too.
There's no nepotism there because she was terrible in it as well.
Am I bogging you, Ron?
I don't know. I thought the whole thing was meh. I didn't understand how that became like the hit where everyone was talking about it.
That's where I think... I mean, it's easy to understand. It's a murder mystery, easy to follow, only 6 episodes. People eat that up. And then Nicole Kidman and Liev Schreiber. I mean, that's it.
And he is great. I did he was the only character that I liked. I did enjoy him because he was the only believable rich guy because he didn't care about anything that happened because
he just smoked a bunch of weed.
He smoked a bunch of weed and banged a bunch of hots, and he was like, "Oh, what do you want from me? I'm rich." As the only likable character in that entire thing that anyone could relate to.
It has 63% on Rotten Tomatoes, which made me feel better because I I'm foolish to think that the #1 trending show on Netflix is good.
It's automatically good.
Yeah, and so but I think what got me was Kidman and the cast, and I was like, wow, this, I bet this is really good because, I mean, they're accomplished actors and actresses, and it's a good cast. And,
sure. I've learned not to trust.
So then when I went to
buzz.
when I went to Rotten Tomatoes, I was happy because in my head I was like, man, this show kind of sucks, and that bro character can die. And I wanted to see. I'm like, is this really getting all these great reviews? And it's really not.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not. It's at 63%.
All right. Well, that is better. It's just I don't know. There was buzz. There was buzz about it. I mean, it's weird how shows get buzz.
It's a watchable show. It really is. I mean, because again, it's a murder mystery, so you'll watch it to the end and find out who kills her.
I got roped in because the BTJ wanted to watch it, and then once you're about 2 episodes in, then I will say that it kind of annoyed me because then I wanted to finish it, and it wasn't that many episodes, right?
It's 6.
6, and this also it goes to prove something to me. If you want to get me to watch something, 4 to 6 episodes is the perfect amount, because if you give me 10. Say if something starts off and it's like lukewarm, and this wasn't great when I started watching it, right? I was like, it's all right. But I gave it like 2 episodes.
And you know the end's not very far away.
Yeah, and I know it's not very far. Had that, after the first 2 episodes, if I had looked and that thing had been 10 or 12 episodes, I would have bailed and been like, nah, I'm out. But when I see that it's like 6, I'm like, oh, and then you watch one more, and now you might as well finish it towards the end.
Now, do you guys think that because this trend has been moving in this way more and more, like, I feel like HBO started with the whole 13 and 12 episode seasons, and then you get the miniseries that are down to like 6 episodes or 4. You go back to old series, they're like 20 episode seasons, 24 episode seasons. Is this like Hollywood just realizing we have way shorter attention spans, or can they pump out more because they're not doing as many episodes?
I think hopefully we've come to the conclusion that unless you have something really good, like a really good writing team, and even then you can't, like Game of Thrones was the perfect example of this. You had a S-ton of material to work off of. And when you were working through that material, it was great. But the moment the material ran out and you actually had to rely on real, like different people to write it, that thing immediately went in the tank.
Well, and even that, it was 13 episodes. Can you imagine if they were in the mid-90s trying to do 26 episodes of season 1 of Game of Thrones? It would have been awful.
There's just not enough. That's my biggest problem with TV, and why to this day I still prefer movies over TV is I would rather have something be 2 hours long and feel like it's a little crammed in and be like, I wish they would have fleshed out that character a little bit, than what they do in TV series where they stretch something out, especially when it's a hit, and they stretch it out, and that thing should have ended after a season, maybe 2, or should have ended after 6 episodes, and it goes to 12, and it just ends up being the number of series that I end up quitting that at one time were good, or they get so embarrassingly bad. Dexter may be the best example.
Dexter's a great example of that. Weeds is another really good example of that.
Yeah, both of those shows were really, really good. And then after like 4 or 5 seasons, they just ran out of stuff.
But they were too popular to quit, and the showrunners didn't have the... I feel like that's what's also changed. We used to have a thing where the creators would be like, no, I'm not putting out garbage just because you guys want a new contract. The story has to be done. And now they're like, you're going to give me how many million? Yeah, I'll write another.
Yeah, Yellowstone for the first 2 seasons was the most popular show on TV, and then it just went literally to hell. Even Kevin Costner got tired of it. Kevin Costner was making $1 million an episode. I was like, yeah, I can't do this anymore. This show sucks. I don't care. I'll go flop a movie as opposed to keep doing this. And that's so that, like, when you give me 6 to 8 episodes, I'm all about it. And I also love the ones like Fargo where they do independent seasons.
Yes.
Because again, now I don't have to worry about stretching from one to the next. This last season of Fargo with John Hamm, it's great. It's self-contained. Like, and then if you get a couple episodes in and it sucks, you just bail on it. And you're like, all right, this season wasn't very good. I didn't like the Chris Rock season of Fargo. I'll pick it up and I'll catch the next one down.
Well, The Perfect Couple is unfunny, and it's a less interesting White Lotus, but it has White Lotus vibes. You know, there is another murder mystery that's out there right now with Vince Vaughn in it, and again, Vince Vaughn got me to watch this, and it is not great.
So I read this book a while back on a trip to, because it takes place in the Florida Keys, and I was going to the Florida Keys. I'm like, oh, it'd be fun to read a book that takes place there. I thought the book was great. I turned on the series, and it's like, oh, it's not.
It's not
I
great.
wanted
So
it to be really good.
He's great.
Bad
and he's
Monkey,
good
no good,
at-
huh?
Nah, I mean,
it's just I don't know. It's a little bit too cheesy
Yeah.
and like
give it a shot, but
I think the story was really good, but when I turned it on as a TV show, it wasn't as compelling as it was as a book.
Yeah, it's not that great.
Hmm.
But I love me some Vince Vaughn, and yes, he is very Vince Vaughn-y in it.
Yeah, well, Vince Vaughn usually
It's
is
just
Vince Vaughn.
the typical Vince Vaughn character.
Have you ever heard Vince Vaughn in a long form interview? That's just him, and I love Vince Vaughn. Watch, I know you don't watch it, but Hot Ones, where they do the Hot Wings challenge. I really like that show. It's like 30 minutes, easy fodder if you just want to kill 30 minutes. Watch the Vince Vaughn episode, and I'm telling you, like, it's just Vince Vaughn. Vince Vaughn's character in all of those movies, he's
Just
not
him
acting.
being himself?
It's just who he is, and I love him. Vince Vaughn, if I had to pick like top 3 Hollywood people that I want to sit down and hang out with, and not have a conversation about Hollywood, just hang out with, Vince Vaughn is in my top 3. Vince Vaughn, you are going to have a kick-ass time with that dude.
All right, up next, we had a cataclysmic event last year, and no one witnessed it. Here's Buck.
Now, from the fans.
Steps of a plan.
Here's a wild story. I saw this while perusing one of my favorite websites, studyfinds.org.
Love a good study finds.
I'm not sure why it's on Study Finds, but it is.
Sure.
That's where I saw this. I didn't see it anywhere else.
You wouldn't find it anywhere else.
Yeah, because it's not a study, but whatever.
Just rampant speculation. That's what this is all about.
A tsunami taller than the Tower of Pisa.
I have no idea how tall that is, but okay.
A fjord transformed into nature's bathtub, and the entire Earth vibrating like a tuning fork for over a week.
Okay. Talk to me, Goose. What do we got?
That might sound like the plot of a disaster movie, but it's the reality of an extraordinary event that unfolded in Greenland this time last year, leaving scientists scrambling for explanations.
Interesting. I kind of want to check out Greenland. I've done Iceland, and I kind of want to hop over and see what Greenland has about, but apparently I don't.
On September 16th, 2023, a colossal mountain peak in the pristine wilderness of East Greenland crumbled into a remote fjord, unleashing a tremendous chain of events. And this wasn't just any landslide. It was a climate change-induced catastrophe that shook the Earth for an astonishing 9 days.
Whatever, climate change is a bunch of liberal BS, Rob. It's you trying to push your agenda on me.
Seismologists around the world detected an unusual signal rippling through the Earth's crust. Unlike the typical rumbles and pings of earthquakes, this vibration sang a monotonous hum at a single frequency.
Oh yeah, I see it right here.
It persisted for days, traveling from the Arctic to Antarctica, leaving experts scratching their heads. They dubbed it an unidentified seismic object, USO. And you see it right there. There is no video of it.
Well, no, I see the...
which is terrible.
I see the fjord.
No, I understand. I'm just saying that for those wanting... quickly going to Google to see what this looked like, there is no video of it. Nobody saw it. There was no recording of it.
You just see where there was once a fjord and now no fjord.
High above Dixon's Fjord.
It's no longer, though. It's just Dixon's like, you can't have a fjord when it's filled in.
The mountain peak had been slowly destabilizing. As climate change caused the glacier at its basin to thin, the rocky face lost its support. 25 million cubic meters of rock and ice, enough to fill 10,000 Olympic-sized swimming pools, came crashing down into the fjord.
Yeah, you can see the before and you can see the after, and there's just
nothing.
There's a big hunk of mountain that isn't there anymore.
Yeah. The impact, described in the Journal of Science, was cataclysmic. A wall of water shot 656 feet into the air.
Holy balls.
Nearly as tall as the Golden Gate Bridge. A tsunami wave up to about 360 feet surged across the fjord, gradually settling into a rhythmic sloshing motion known as Psyche.
It's like when you see like those disaster like AI, like hey, this is what it would look like when the big one hits, and you just see a 300-foot wall of water coming to the Oregon coast. Imagine you're just there in Greenland doing some cool Greenland hiking or whatever, and then you just look up and you're like, well, I'm effed. That's, thanks, everybody. You just kind of take a bow and wait for that thing to hit you.
What makes this event truly remarkable is how long this sloshing persisted. It maintained a nearly constant frequency, gradually decreasing in amplitude over 9 days. This means that the water in the fjord was oscillating back and forth, completing one full cycle about every 92 seconds for 9 days.
Jeez. And we still have no idea what happened here. Just a mountain fell.
Well, yeah, they said that it was climate change.
I don't even know, but like
because the glacier at its basin was thinner, and so it was melting, and therefore the base crumbled. The base allowed the top to crumble. The rocky face lost its support base. Is what it said there, Jason.
Well, I thought you were saying at the beginning that they didn't know why this happened. But
no, they know why it happens. Why it happened. They just don't. Nobody saw it, and they didn't at the time have any idea what that was. They were just seeing it on the site. It was registering on the seismic
graph,
and they're like, "Hey, what's this?"
Well, I'm guessing
Bill, come take a look at this.
I'm guessing having a mountain fall is probably a fairly significant thing. So note to self, don't go to Greenland. They've got collapsing mountains.
But I'm sorry. I want video of this.
I don't think you're going to get it.
Well, it doesn't exist. But I'm just saying, like, if there were, I would be fascinated to see this video.
Unfortunately, I'm guessing that there's not a lot of cameras set up around remote places in Greenland. You know, it goes to show, or I guess it's a good thing that there are still some things out there that aren't being filmed. Wouldn't that be something if there was just like every fjord in Greenland had a camera on it? And you're like, oh, check it out. Maybe the CIA is spying on Greenland and they have some sort of thermal image of this. But yes, I too would like to see a mountain collapse into a fjord. I think that'd be pretty crazy. But it is weird that is on studyfinds.org and is clearly not a study.
Yeah, they have a camera on a fjord, and all of a sudden there's O.J. Simpson running around out there.
What? Well, imagine if like a big hunk of Mount Hood just fell, like it just was gone one day, no eruption or anything. It just kind of bloop, gone. Because that's what it looks like in the side by side photos of it. Just the big top of the mountain's gone. The Earth is a fascinating place.
Apparently, there was a research base down there, and it did destroy it, but luckily no one was there.
Oh.
And that's where I thought maybe there'd be cameras, but it's all destroyed.
If there were, I'm guessing that those cameras are long gone.
They could have put the recordings in the cloud, maybe.
Can you dig a mountain out to get recordings of that?
They're also saying tourist cruise ships sometimes frequent the areas, these waters, but there were none there.
Again, that'd be kind of a cool thing.
They'd all be dead, but
God,
maybe we'd have
probably capsize that whole damn cruise ship.
Yeah, I didn't even think about it. I was like, how sweet would that be? You're on a cruise ship and then you get to see that, but also not cool if you get hit with the 600-foot wall of water.
But if I told you that that's the way you were going to go, like you knew you were going to go, isn't that kind of a cool way to go?
Is it?
Well, I mean, you got to go.
I mean, look, it's got some flair to it. Don't get me wrong.
You get to
I don't
see
know.
it.
I think the panic of being on a ship with thousands of people that's about to flip over does not sound great. Very Titanic-esque.
Well, I don't think the ship flipping over. I think, again, it's just the weight of the 600-foot wall of water. My guess is you just get crushed.
Yeah, maybe that.
I have always said that I, like, in a moment of that, like, whenever you see, like, you see the disaster movie or whatever, where just, like, the wall of water or fire or whatever is coming your way, I do kind of appreciate the person that just, like, kind of holds hands and is like, well, this is going down. I guess there's an inevitable inevitable nature of it. Like, it's just yeah.
You get to see it.
Yeah. I guess if that's the last thing, whatever the last thing you get to see, seeing an event like that, I'm with you. I'm guessing that there are probably a lot worse ways to go. Maybe your final what was the final word? Like OS, I don't know. I don't know what you say in that. Like, it's been a good run.
It's a double rainbow. Remember that guy?
Yeah. Well, like someone said here, like the band on the Titanic. Now, in some ways, I find that idiotic because there were lifeboats, right? And I understand that not everyone could get on the lifeboats.
The
but
band, like they were still sitting there playing?
They were still sitting there playing.
Yeah.
So, to some extent, I'm like, dude, no, I'm getting on one of those lifeboats. I'm getting on one of those tables. I'm not going out like that because there does seem to be some sort of hope. If a ship was sinking, I wouldn't just accept the fact that, well, I'm going to die. It's not like there was a 600-foot wall of water coming at me.
You could ride a door.
Yeah, right? Kick that bitch off to the side a little bit and climb up on there, Rose. There's room for both of us. Like, I'm finding a way off that boat, or at least trying. Now, if you told me that there was no, my options are exhausted, right? Like, there's no lifeboats, no nothing. Maybe there's electric cars and sharks in the water, as a stable genius once told me, that I'm dead either way, right? If that was happening, then yes, I think there is something noble and beautiful about playing, I don't know, Chopin or whatever, or playing some sort of, do the wedding march, whatever you're playing, Cannonball and D or whatever. Like, just to play that as it goes down, yes, I find that beautiful. Like, that's your final moments, and instead of being a panicked a-hole running around and, I don't know, doing some last-second prayer to someone that's not listening anyways, just play the violin as you go down. I think that's kind of badass. Like you said, we all have to go, and that guy or that band went out with some style. That's a tip of the cap. I think that's a kick-ass way to go.
You did say cannonball and
Whatever that is. What is the wedding march?
Cannon Indy.
Cannon Indy.
Yeah, not cannonball.
Cannonball.
But close.
I do know that.
I liked that.
Maybe doing the Star Wars, dun 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 dun. I don't know. Play something cool.
It would just be so amazing to see right before it crushed you.
Yes.
You know?
Well, I think about who was the bro on Mount St. Helens that refused to go.
Yeah.
Right? Is that
Harry Truman.
Same sort of thing, right?
He probably saw some cool stuff right before he
that
died.
guy just sat there and was like, holy F.
But I'm not. Is that a different death though? Like, are you? That might be a little more. Like, there's a chance he gets buried alive right there. Whereas with the one we're talking about, you're done in 10 different ways.
Well, I mean, he got.
Am I wrong?
I bet this guy died faster. The Truman died faster than this.
You think so?
Yeah.
How so?
The amount of force and everything coming down that mountain, dude, that crushed you like a bug. That is an insect hitting a windshield at 120.
Well, I mean, this is a 650-foot wall of water.
Yeah, that's a volcanic explosion. Like, there's no.
I think they're both.
Yeah, either way, like you're done.
But I just thought maybe, he's in his house, he gets buried, and then he's just in there. He's like, "Hey,
I'm in here."
Hey.
Yeah. If I had to choose, I think I would take the volcano.
Because that would suck. Oh, you would?
Yeah.
No, I'd do the.
You do the water?
Oh yeah. I just want to see it. Because that's just
like, the water is incredible, but I can only imagine what being like up underneath that, like looking up at the.
Yeah.
One had a mountain falling, the other had a mountain exploding, then falling. I'm taking the explosion.
All right, we'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
Oregon gets the win.